As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of elders past and present on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. I would like to express my gratitude that we share this land today and my sorrow for that cost of that sharing. I hope that in the spirit of reconciliation we can move forward to a place of justice, healing and partnership as we all walk gently on this land. So, councillors, I'm up to confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 15th of October 2024, moved by Councillor Hernjack, seconded by Councillor Giltman. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, we are now up to item number 4, which is disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 of the agenda reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A.
Madam Mayor. Okay.
The 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. In accordance with the clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns made by council's designated persons must be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 21 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Councillor Singh.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I do have a conflict of interest. Item number 17.4.
Yep.
9.5.
Okay, and your pecuniary interest is?
Yeah.
Yep.
I declare that...
It's up on the screen, actually.
yes, sorry.
Yep.
That's all right, I'll do that. I declare that a pecuniary interest in item number 17.4, 9.5, due to other cafe and restaurants. I will leave the meeting for the item and then not participate in the discussion or voting on this matter.
Okay, thank you. So is that a significant, yes, significant pecuniary? Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, we now move into public forum and public address. We have 18 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I'd like to remind the speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet, and speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You must not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and will treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. That council accepts no responsibilities for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim of defamation by any person either in the public gallery, viewing the meeting, or via the internet or through any other media. Okay, so our very first person up tonight is Rosemary Marshall. There's a lectern just there. Okay, Rosemary, just to let you know, you have 3 minutes to speak. There will be a bell that goes off. There's obviously timers there when it lets you know you've got 30 seconds left to speak.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just please go ahead when you're ready.
I'm here representing those who've been injured by the COVID injections and those who've been bereaved. The flags around the chamber demonstrate that this is what the Forest of the Fallen bears witness to. Although we were all told these injections were safe and effective, conservative estimates are that 17 million deaths have occurred worldwide and 1 in 800 is severely injured. These injections have not stopped transmission or provided immunity. Hospitalisation was not minimised, and 94% of those who died from COVID had underlying disease processes. This represents a massive medical experiment. The Australian Medical Professional Society, AMPS, have written to every council, including yours, and the Port Hedland Council meeting documents are now in your possession. The AMPS letter, after thorough legal analysis of the Local Government Act legislation governing councils across all states and territories, indicates that the responsibility for mitigating the risks of this DNA contamination now also falls within your jurisdiction. The TGA erroneously has refuted these independent experts and has in turn been refuted by them. One has to bear in mind that the TGA is 96% funded by Big Pharma. Signage outside pharmacies in your electorate invite the public to take a shot of an experimental injection now proven to also contain DNA contamination without their informed consent. Informed consent has been impossible to provide, as no one was warned that Pfizer trial documents had 9 pages of adverse events. Stanley Plotkin, the godfather of vaccines, has just recently admitted that there have never been any proper placebo trials for any vaccine, including childhood ones. 4 different vaccines, including COVID, are recommended to pregnant women, totally without true trial data. On Saturday, we were at Collaroy Beach. We were no threat to public order or safety. We caused no obstruction to the public. However, a young ranger came and tore down our flags. We were there simply providing education and an opportunity for public awareness of the risk of the DNA-contaminated COVID injections. That event, however, is really not significant in comparison to on that day meeting Brittany Spinks, who is here tonight. Brittany was 19, mandated to be injected to continue her studies. After her second Pfizer jab, her terrifying symptoms began, resulting in her going to the Northern Beaches Hospital. She was sent away and told to come back if she worsened, doctors there having diagnosed her with anxiety. Brittany rang her mother from the gutter outside the hospital to beg for her help. Brave Brittany considers herself lucky because after 2 years of being misdiagnosed, the medical fraternity had admitted her injury is from the vaccine. It has not only cost Brittany's health, but also a debt of $250,000 in medical expenses. Connor Briggs, who tonight is not well enough to be here in attendance, was not so lucky. His health deteriorated drastically after a second Pfizer when his heart was severely compromised. Despite the fact that he was fit and well and running 10,000 metres a day, he now can't climb the stairs to his bedroom. Doctors having diagnosed his condition as depression and anxiety, and he is in now debt to $120,000 and growing. These are just 2 of the hundreds of stories we hear at Forest of the Fallen.
Thank you, Rosemary. Your 3 minutes is up. We'd like to thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, our next guest speaker on Public Forum is Anna Monticelli, trial dogs off leash on Barrenjoey Headland.
Good evening. I know that the previous council debated the dogs off leash. Nevertheless, a lot of people in Pittwater are extremely worried at council's idea of a proposed trial. Direct from your council website. The community has confidence that councillors and staff act ethically and make decisions in interests of the whole community. I hope so. And not just the dogs off leash proponents that seem to dismiss the environmental disaster it will have on our threatened wildlife, which is protected under the Biodiversity Act 2016. The Barrenjoey Headland is already under siege from commercial interests and filming activity. And now you want to add another threatening element into this fragile ecosystem, dogs. Again, from your website. Keep your pets restrained or supervised near bushland and away from sensitive areas. Domestic dogs and cats kill tens of millions of native animal life. And Council is committed to conserving our native wildlife. So where is this evidence of commitment? If our national parks have dogs roaming and hunting reptiles, birds, turtles, penguins, seals, and swamp wallabies that pop up on the beaches, apart from destroying wildlife, which is a core responsibility of this council, you are creating a public health hazard. Menzies Institute for Medical Research states, over 100,000 people are bitten by dogs in Australia each year. 12 to 14,000 require medical attention. I've heard that the entire Northern Beaches Council, LGA, of 264 square kilometres, there are 2, yes, only 2 dog ranges in total. Does Council seriously think 2 rangers can protect the community and manage its trail? 2 shifts a day, 7 days a week at Palm Beach and Monavale, at a time when Council admits it's thinking of cuts and services and personnel due to its ongoing deficits. Council has a duty of care to tourists and families and older people who flock to this area, particularly on weekends. Northern Beaches already has 30 parks dedicated to dogs off leash. The choices Council makes now will be irreversible and habitats will be lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next guest speaker is Mark Horton on the Mona Vale Place Plan.
Good evening, councillors. I'm Mark Horton, and you'll probably see me a few more times over the next 12 months. I'm here tonight to again raise my concern about what I consider to be the continual shelving of the Mona Vale Place Plan. It's been nearly 10 years since it was first mooted for development by Pittwater Council. I was advised in July that there would in fact be further delays because Council wanted to wait for more definite information on the New South Wales Government housing strategy. Yes, there's been some consideration by a selective group chosen by working group chosen by Council. That working group has sworn to secrecy. No information can be made available. And there's been some consultation with the Mona Vale Residents Association and Friends of Mona Vale, but there hasn't been any widespread community consultation for quite some time. Why is Council keeping the discussion in-house, Council's house? Obviously, the place plan itself, just to explain it, is described as a tactical and action-oriented strategy that aims to revitalise the area. The plan was created by Pittwater Council and involves community engagement, urban planning, urban design and standard placemaking. The plan is focused on improving the area for the community, making it a more desirable place to live and visit. So yes, there are plans by the state government to fill our busy Mona Vale shopping centre with shop-top housing. The trouble is we don't get to discuss the matter in a democratic way. Something needs to be done about parking, traffic management, pedestrian safety and, more importantly, amenity. Yes, we have a say on the little things. We need a say on the little things, the minutiae. We need park benches and shelters from the sun at Village Park. Village Park needs to be made more community friendly rather than just a place for private operators to run night and day markets, which involve more outsiders than local shop holders. Plans for a permanent art and cultural facility at Mona Vale are also likely to be set aside as Council moves staff back in during the last elections. And we've lost a large space that could have been used for the library itself. Mona Vale also does not have a large multi-purpose community like at Newport, or centre that is, a space like Newport or Avalon. We only have the Mona Vale Memorial Hall, which has got a hall, a small meeting room, a kitchen, and that's it. Gone are the days when there were dances and public events there. There's very little. That working group has only met 4 times and the 5th meeting has been delayed for months. So how about some openness now?
Okay, thank you, Mark. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, could I ask a question of the CEO, please, just regarding the last speaker? Is that...
Yep, ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Horton, for your address regarding the Mona Vale Place Plan. I would just like to ask the CEO if we could just have a very brief update, please.
Okay, Ms Kerr, brief update, very brief, please.
Through you, Mayor. The Mona Vale Place Plan has been put on hold pending the state government's release of the mid-rise housing controls. There is information available on Council's website which gives a project update on the Mona Vale Place Plan page. And it is noted that the Mona Vale Place Plan that was prepared by Pittwater Council has actually been abandoned or shelved, and this is a new process. So once we get clarity from the Department of Planning, we will reconvene the working group and hopefully present to Council next year.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse
All right.
me, Mayor. Could I ask a question as well?
Yes, the question, Councillor Causey.
Through you, Mr. CEO, could we ask why the Mona Vale Place Plan is being delayed because of the state government, or proposed state government housing reforms, but the rest of the LEP has been put out on public exhibition anyway, and the rest of the Northern Beaches is also going to be affected by those reforms?
Through you, Mayor, there were significant traffic studies which are required as part of the Mona Vale Place Plan to determine whether there was adequate capacity with the transport systems to accommodate the planned increase in growth. Because of the intersection with the plans as we know them through the state government, it was not deemed appropriate to spend upwards of $100,000 on work that may become redundant through the mid-rise housing controls.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next guest speaker is John Jenkins, naming of a reserve at Careel Bay. I think you need to turn your, there's a button. Someone's going to come and help you.
What happened? Oh.
That's better.
Okay,
Welcome, John.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody. Good evening to our Mayor and councillors, and congratulations on your election or re-election, and to all the audience. Thank you for coming along to listen to my 30-minute speech. I believe I've had to abbreviate it. I've just got to bring it up here. I'll go straight from page...
Quick, 15 seconds already gone.
I would like the council to name a reserve. Actually, a group of us have been discussing it. It's a reserve that adjoins Barrenjoey Road in the Palm Beach area and Careel Bay on one side, Barrenjoey Road on the other side. For those that are familiar with the area, it's between two local streets there. As you drive north past the tennis courts at Careel Bay, you pass an area where the road is right next to the water, and that's the reserve that I would request council to name. We had some group discussions, and there are various names put forward amongst different members of the groups, and the photographs that I've got for each of the councillors and some of the audience will show that various parts of the reserve and the tidal beach. It's generally got a westerly or northwesterly aspect past Stokes Point into the National Park, Kringo National Park. It's a delightful occasion to watch shimmering sunsets, and on many occasions I've been there myself. Some of my family and friends go there, reflecting on life while we watch the sunset reflect on the water of Careel Bay. But recently I was introduced to an Aboriginal elder, Uncle Neil Evers, and we mentioned we would like to name that reserve, and he put forward various names too. And we discussed several. Some were discarded just because there are similar names in other parts of Sydney and elsewhere. And we settled on Nunga Reserve, which is an Aboriginal word from the local language that means calm water. And the reserve is adjacent to calm water. Nunga is one of the names that was suggested and approved by Badawa, the Aboriginal signage group, and by Uncle Neil. And he said I could mention all of that at the meeting tonight. In acknowledgement of the traditional custodians and their country on which we gather today, our discussion group requests the Council please name it Nunga, N-U-N-G-H-A Reserve, meaning calm water. And by this gesture, we show our respect to all the First Nations peoples. We acknowledge the elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of the clans that lived in this area. Thank you for your consideration, and I think my 30 minutes have expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We'll make sure that some staff send you a policy and procedures on naming. Okay. Very person up next is someone who is not a newbie to this area. This is previous Deputy Mayor, Councillor Georgia Ryburn, speaking on council matters and key issues.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Georgia Ryburn, former Deputy Mayor and councillor here. But I've come not to talk about myself this evening, but rather to offer some unsolicited advice and words of encouragement to the new council. Not because you asked for it or, dare I say, need it, but as per your code of meeting practice, you are forced to listen to it. I will do this in 3 ways. Firstly, to the new councillors. Congratulations. It is a huge accomplishment to become an elected representative of your community and requires a great deal of courage to put your hand up to run in the first place. 2 pieces of unsolicited advice here. Firstly, use your lived and unique experiences to make better decisions in this place. It adds perspective, colour and depth. Conversely, make sure you're also listening to those values and ideas that are not congruent with your beliefs or your values or your priorities. And make sure you also tune into the small singular voices too, who might not have a popular or a common opinion, but whose views are just as valid as the very coordinated, very vocal majority. And make sure you keep listening to each other as well. It can feel fatiguing at times, but it's important. My second piece of advice to you is just have fun. This gig is such a joy. I had a lot of fun with it. And so my hope is that you too also have fun with it too. Secondly, to the incumbent councillors. In a lot of ways, you informed the councillor that I became. Thank you. Similar to a parent deciding to have a second or a third child, in a lot of ways, more respect should be given to you for the courage that you have in putting up your hand to run a second or third time, because you know the challenges of this role and you know the challenges that lie ahead for our community. Even more so, congratulations on your election and your service to the community. Finally, it would be remiss of me not to say a number of thank yous to a number of people tonight. Firstly, to Mayor Hines, thank you for your friendship and your leadership. It was a great privilege to be the deputy to your mayoralty. To Scott Phillips and the executive team, to Louise, Todd, Cam, Kelly and David, thank you for your leadership, professionalism and complete dedication to your roles. And to all the staff, to Eskil and Yanni, Jessica, Mark, Carolyn, Eva, Maeva, Jeremy, Christy, Kath, Lisa, Phil, Andrew J, and Andrew W, Nikki A, Nikki G, Melissa, Lee, Trish, Sarah and Sarah, Leslie, Carla, Jane. The list of my thank yous to staff could go on and on and on, and so too does my gratitude for all of your hard work. You made us councillors look good. Now, whilst right now I'm not sure what lies ahead for me, I'm assured in the truth of what poet Bernard Shaw describes, and I'll leave you with this. He says, I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do for it what I can. Life is no brief candle to me. It's sort of a splendid torch, which I've got hold on for just a moment, and I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it on to future generations. Councillors, I hope your torches burn as brightly as possible.
Thank you very much, Georgia. That's lovely. Okay, another person who isn't new to coming up to the lectern, Douglas Price on Hollywood or Bust.
Thanks, Mayor Hines, councillors, big audience tonight and those at home. The bust has got nothing to do with 9.3 tonight, rather it's about Hollywood. I've spoken about it before. We have had a lot of big movie presence here over the last 2 years, and the review that's been done by the Minns government about movie production here in Australia. I can certainly send some information off. There's an opening for us to look at charging more than what we do for using parts of our area, particularly in Pittwater, the Coasters Retreat area, for example, which was used by the Return to Paradise film, and also the last anniversary, which is coming up now on BBC One in December. But we've had other things. We've got the Indamol Shine with Home and Away. There are continual use of the Governor Phillip Park, and attending the PWBA meetings, we find that we're spending an incredible amount of money on killing weeds there, and our latest killing of weeds is asparagus fern. I'd like to see us perhaps get more money for our rentals. I was at the Bilgola 75-year anniversary the other night, and they get paid rent for the use of the Dolphin Cove, which is what their area was. They would like to probably get more money as well. I think we have an opportunities to get more money. It's only nibbling at the ends, but at the end of the day, nibbling at the edges helps us in what areas that we're talking about, which is the difficulties in balancing our budget. I don't see it as a pet project. I just see it probably somewhere within the property surplus portfolio, that when they're aware that there's going to be a movie production coming through, when there are some more coming, there's going to be a very big movie coming through for Pittwater this year. I can't divulge what that is, but there certainly will be usage of Palm Beach, like in the Anyone But You movie, which was done in 2023. We need to be able to say, well, hey, let's pay a good fair price, which can be used to cover the costs of those areas, particularly on the western foreshores, which is always needing things done to the wharfs. We've also got lots of other little problems that are occurring, of course, and no more so than Section 99.3. Intel on that is that there's 15 councils now that will be making IPART applications, some very low, some very high. That's my knowledge, and I don't think it's going to be a very interesting thing for the government. 4,000 signatures have gone off to Ron Honig on the Pittwater group about demerger. There are a lot of issues carrying on with the council, but for me, Hollywood or bust is just perhaps a light-hearted item tonight, as I can see so many more important people here than me on a subject that I've always followed. But we certainly could make some money out of Hollywood productions, especially out of the Home and Away. I know that those prices have not been reviewed for a long time, and I know the Minns government did a revision after 20 years, cutting out the red tape. I don't think we caused any red tape problems, but we never know. Thank you very much, and looking forward to everybody else talking tonight. There's certainly a lot of interest here in the audience, and thank you for having me again, Mayor Hines and councillors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next person up to speak is Douglas Rennie. Serious health concerns related to synthetic DNA contamination.
Well, hello. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Doug Rennie, and I thank you, the elected mayor, deputy mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak here at the council meeting tonight. It was good timing. I've just come off the back of Georgia Ryburn and Doug Price from the Liberal Party, which was very interesting. I want to cover the topic which I believe is number one in the Northern Beaches right now, which is providing urgent information regarding the DNA contamination in COVID-19 vaccines. I have a letter and a document to present to Council tonight, so that we could table that, to bring to the Northern Beaches Council immediate attention to the report by Dr. David Spiker, PhD, which represents disturbing findings of the synthetic DNA contamination of Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines. Dr. Spiker's testing revealed that contamination levels in these vaccines exceed Australia's therapeutic goods administration safety limit up to 145 times. Furthermore, the Pfizer vaccines contain SV40 promoter sequences, which are all well known for facilitating genomic integration and amplifying cancer risk. In this document, there are letters from the Honourable Russell Broadbent, co-signed by over 50 of the world's leading doctors, professors and legal experts, North America and Australia. The people of the Northern Beaches therefore joins Mr Broadbent in calling for the immediate suspension of Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines and for an urgent investigation into how this contamination has gone undetected by a regulatory agencies, we are to believe that steps have already been taken to inform the Northern Beaches Council of Dr Speakley's findings, given the role taken by local government functionaries in public health initiatives, complying with state and territory public legislation and playing a role in the safety, involvement of risk. It is not your personal to bring these personal developments to Northern Beaches electors. A thorough analysis of the Local Government Act legislation governing council across the states and territories indicates the responsibility for mitigating the risk of this contamination. So we've got to say thank you to the Port Headland for the historic, in other words, can protect residents from where federal agencies have faltered. Port Headland's council action set a model for active address of these severe and emerging risks. Now, these are the people in the Northern Beaches Council area that are suffering grievous harm. As you can see here, hundreds and hundreds of people across the Northern Peninsula. Protecting the health of your Northern Beaches residents is both your legal duty and an ethical imperative. We respectfully request your urgent action in this matter, that all residents in the Northern region council area be informed of the outcome.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next person up is Juliet Moore. If could come to the lectern, please. Design and construct Newport Beach. Please, could you respect our guest speakers as they have respectfully listened to you? Okay, Juliet Moore.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, Mr CEO and other council staff. My name is Juliet Moore. I'm 19 years old and I have been a resident of Newport for all of my life. This evening, I would like to highlight the opportunities that constructing a footpath from the north end of Newport Beach to the southern end of the Serpentine Bilgola Beach will have on our community. Newport is possibly one of the only suburbs on the northern beaches where there is no footpath connecting it to the next suburb. If you want to walk from Newport towards Avalon, the current options are A, to walk along the side of Barrenjoey Road in the gutter while being passed by vehicles travelling at 60 kilometres per hour, B, to climb the coastal track where there are close to 100 stairs, or C, to choose one of 3 very steep roads to walk over Bilgola Plateau, and none of which have footpaths. So, the potential to have a well-lit footpath separated from the traffic on the bends to the Serpentine would be truly amazing. Let's consider the benefits a footpath like this would allow. For example, reducing the need for vehicles from Newport to Bilgola Beach and further north, increasing the opportunity for further physical activity, and most importantly, increasing safety and connectivity. The path offers the Newport community access to Bilgola Beach and vice versa without the need for cars and congestion on the road. Would you believe I will even be able to walk to my own surf life-saving patrols at Bilgola during the season? I'd ask the councillors to focus on the positives of this project and not be swayed by people that may complain during its progress. A similar project was that of the walkway from the Palm Beach Ferry around to the Palm Beach Golf Course. Many complained at the time, and now there is a unanimous agreement of the benefits that that path has delivered. From my own perspective, I remember and am very thankful to the council for the installation of the netball courts in Avalon, where I had many years of training. Once again, at the time, there were many doubting voices, but we now see the courts being used by netballers, basketballers, the oldies playing pickleball, and even those learning to roller skate. I often hear that my generation is not involved in our community, hence why I thought it was important to speak tonight in support of the project that won't just benefit some of the community, but should see a benefit to all. So, I implore you to think positively of the opportunities that this will deliver and finally provide a safe, well-lit path for people wanting to walk or run from the north of Newport. Remember that the ultimate goal was to connect Manly to Palm Beach, and this is one of the last missing links. Please don't waste the opportunity to give the community access to making the most of our beautiful area. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. Okay, our next person up is Peter Middleton on the same topic.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, and a particularly warm welcome to our new councillors. I'm Peter Middleton from Newport Residents Association, and I'm speaking on item 17.3 in your closed session agenda this evening, design and construct Newport Beach to Bilgola Beach Coastal Walk. First, I'd like to thank on behalf of the NRA, which is Newport Residents Association, not something more associated with a US election. So particularly for the community involvement that we have been offered along the whole process of getting to the point where this can go to a design and construct area. And I think the fact that our resident association offers family membership for just $5 more than an individual membership helps this, and I'm more than encouraged. I'm delighted that I'm preceded tonight by a 19-year-old who is so wants to emphasise the necessity of this project because so often it's only people of my generation who can make the time to come and speak to forum like this. I'd like to encourage councillors to support the most comprehensive design proposal of those that you will be discussing tonight, so the resulting construction will serve as a template for those sections that are yet to be formulated. Because it's not just for Newport and Bilgola residents, although giving them a safe pedestrian conduit is both important and desirable for broad health and well-being reasons. Also, it's about the rest of the occupants of our LGA and, just as importantly, the visitors who come to enjoy our environment, and healthy tourism is a most important factor in the sustainable evolution of our region. Northern Beaches Council's Destination Management Plan has an elemental statement in that plan developed several years ago, and that is, quote, "The Northern Beaches is an extraordinary destination offering world-class beach and bushland experiences with vibrant villages that reflect our contemporary coastal lifestyle," unquote. A key to this happening is to provide accessible and enjoyable links between these beachside and bushland villages. Newport to Bilgola is a very constructive step towards the future, so we encourage all councillors to give your support for a long-term and practical design which will encourage growing use of the completed facility when you go into your session tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, and next up on public forum is Ashton Davies on Manly Surf Life Saving Club.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashton Davies. I'm 15 and live in Allambie Heights, and I'm a student at Oxford Falls Grammar, and I've been a part of the Manly Surf Club my whole life and currently have my bronze medallion and patrol once a month. My family have been involved for over 20 years, both patrolling and training new members. My mum and aunt, who's a live member, have competed and trained together, and now my younger sister and cousins are both involved. The club is a family tradition and has shaped who I am. I joined the NIPPERS program at 5, going through all stages, building skills, confidence and friendships. It's a place where everyone's accepted, encouraged and supported to try new things, volunteer and build skills, in particular water safety and first aid. The club has been great for me, giving me a sense of community and belonging outside of school. From about the age of 10, I moved to more than 10 hours of sports a week across lifesaving, swimming and water polo. Unfortunately, a shoulder injury took me out for most of my sports over 2 years. When I was 13, however, surf lifesaving kept me involved. I could still patrol, which kept me motivated and part of something meaningful. One experience that changed me happened almost 1 year ago. My friend and I were surfing when I heard a call for help. The conditions were tough, and a man in his 40s struggling to stay afloat was calling for help. I paddled over and got him on my board. At that point, he fell unconscious, and I brought him to shore. He was responsive, but in a bad way. My mum signalled to the lifeguards and helped to carry him up the beach. He was quickly taken to the hospital, where he stayed a number of days due to water intake. I was grateful for the training I'd done, especially my SRC, where I'd learned board rescue just months before. It just kicked in. The man Sam, a dad with a wife and 2 young daughters, reached out via Manly Observer as he really felt I had saved his life that day. He called me a couple of weeks ago to celebrate 1 year, saying he thinks about me daily and he feels lucky to be alive. That moment reminded me how important this club is, not just for skills and fitness, but for giving back to the community and making a real difference. That's why I fully support the redevelopment of our club. Better facilities will help make us continue this great work and allow others to experience everything the club has offered me. It's about building a stronger community and ensuring future generations have the same opportunities to learn, grow and give back. For anyone considering joining or supporting Manly Surf Club, know that it's a place that will welcome you, support you and challenge you. And one day you might find yourself in a position to make a difference, just as the club has made a difference to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashton. Okay, so that concludes public forum and now we move into public address. So our first speaker up is again Mark Horton on item 10.1, response to notice of motion on the Graffiti Task Force Working Group.
I'm back. Yes, thanks very much for this opportunity. Look, I'm talking about a plague that's actually rampant in the Northern Beaches. It's a plague that's in fact worldwide, and particularly in the Western world, and that's graffiti and the vandalism that's related to it. And being a resident of Mona Vale, we see plenty of it. So I'm tonight to speak against a recommendation that amounts to nothing more than a fob-off concerning the recommendation for establishing a strategic, a working group to look at graffiti, a task force. I worked as an officer of the public servant for 43 years, and during that time I wrote many submissions and recommendations on various matters. When a matter is noted, it means that it is unlikely to again see the light of day, and that's my concern tonight. The original motion submitted by former Councillor Michael Genscher was tended to lead to proactive and maybe even innovative ideas for dealing with graffiti and the perpetrators of graffiti and community vandalism. So this report achieves nothing. At the February meeting, I expressed a desire to join the task force so that I could make a positive contribution on behalf of my community. At the February meeting, I said, I want the working group to explore other ways of engaging young people, especially in real art activities, if that is what they want. I also want to see more CCTV in public places and follow up with the police to enforce penalties. We know there are plenty of cameras around Mona Vale. I never hear about the follow-up with the police, and we never hear who's doing what. I believe we need a public education campaign in schools and in the media explaining the cost of this form of vandalism. If young people are bored, then why not offer them more community-led activities like dances and concerts? My generation was lucky in the 60s and 70s in that we had many local dances, surf clubs, the local halls and live bands. There's nothing like that today. The options are there. Obviously we need funding, but surely there are businesses out there willing to pitch in. Pre-COVID, the Mayor of Sydney, Clover Moore, ran an annual art competition in Chippendale. It engaged street artists in various art activities. We have many options that could be adopted by this council, but I guess the fact that the council is broke is a good enough reason to just fob this off, especially if council staff don't want to see the need for engagement. I see the need for engagement, I see the need for action, and I see that I can contribute at a task force, a meeting, a community group, whatever. It's very hard to get on your groups. It's virtually impossible. But there are people like me willing to do something and to be more proactive on this issue. And it's not just graffiti and vandalism. There's obviously a youth issue. I hear the police play this down as not being an issue in the local area. We're much better off than everywhere else. Well, I see it visually. And you heard the other night of the rocks being thrown and the buses and being corrected deviation. There are kids out there that are doing things, and some of them are young adults. It's a game to them. It's not a game. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mark. Next person up is previous councillor Karina Page. Welcome back on the same topic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors, council staff. This is regarding former councillor Michael Genscher's notice of motion. So he actually ended up writing this speech. So I just wanted to give him credit for that. This evening you have before you a report that, while comprehensive in its analysis of the current state of graffiti management, ultimately recommends no further action beyond noting its contents. I urge you to see why we cannot simply take that course. Graffiti, especially in Pittwater, as we've seen, is not just a cosmetic issue, but one that deeply impacts community safety, economic resilience, and the overall quality of life for our residents. The time has come for Council to take a proactive stance and address the core of the problem through concrete action, not noting a report. Firstly, consider the scale and nature of graffiti in our community. Our current approach, primarily based on rapid removal, has been relatively effective in maintaining visible spaces. However, the sheer number of reported incidents, over 2,500 requests annually, alongside 1,400 proactively addressed cases, demonstrates that graffiti remains a persistent and growing challenge. Our community has spoken, identifying graffiti as a priority in the Community Safety Plan of 2021 to 2026. These voices reflect the impact graffiti has on perceptions of safety, as well as on the pride our community feels for its surroundings. While the Council claims to have made strides in graffiti management through unsuccessful public art initiatives, rapid removal and youth engagement programs, this piecemeal approach does not provide a holistic solution. Other cities have been significantly successful through specialised task force or working groups. Adopting a similar strategy for Northern Beaches can amplify our current efforts and lead to substantial long-term improvement. From a financial perspective, the task force requires an investment, but we must weigh that against the substantial cost associated with constant graffiti removal. Currently, the Council allocates far too much funding annually to graffiti management. A dedicated task force could help us redirect some of these funds towards prevention rather than reactive measures, leading to potential savings in the long term. By merely noting this report, we risk perpetuating a cycle of removal without resolution. Instead, we should seize this opportunity to establish a working group that proactively tackles graffiti, engages stakeholders and builds on successful programs. Investing in task force demonstrates that Council values the concerns of our residents and is committed to ensuring our public spaces reflect our community's shared pride and respect. Let us not passively observe this issue, but actively shape a cleaner, safer and more vibrant Northern Beaches. I urge you to support the formation of a graffiti task force.
Okay, thank you, and don't move anywhere, because you're up next for the next topic on 12.1, the boat and trailer parking.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor and councillors, council staff. It is undeniable that we have an ongoing issue in our community with boats, trailers and large vehicles parking on residential and industrial streets. Over 17,000 trailers are registered in the Northern Beaches, and while the majority are used responsibly, many are causing significant problems for our residents and businesses. With nearly 300 complaints last year alone, it's clear that we cannot afford to simply note the problem and move on. We need to act. The report before us outlines some valid points, but it falls short of providing real solutions. Yes, we've made progress with legislation like the Public Spaces Unattended Properties Act, which gives us the authority to relocate abandoned vehicles and issue fines. However, enforcement alone is not enough. As we know, trailers often get moved to nearby streets and the issue resurfaces. Our existing methods, timed parking restrictions, signage and occasional impoundments are just temporary fixes for an ongoing problem. What we need now is a comprehensive long-term strategy. That means moving beyond reports and resolutions. It means prioritising the construction of designated parking areas, perhaps through partnerships with local businesses or community groups, and not just relying on the vague hope that commercial storage facilities will be sufficient. We should also explore educational campaigns and more aggressive enforcement where necessary. But most importantly, we need to engage our community directly in finding solutions that work for them. The community that I have spoken to would prefer more signs in their streets preventing parking for boats, trailers and caravans. They believe the safety and usability of the streets they live in far outweigh the visual pollution of extra signage. We must ensure that our streets are safe, our parking spaces are available for our residents, and our public spaces remain welcoming and accessible to all. Simply acknowledging the issue isn't enough. Action is what will make the difference. It's time for the Council to take bold steps, not just report on the problem. I also want to note that there's a lot of people that live outside of the LGA that are parking their boats and trailers within our local streets, and those figures are obviously not reflected in this report. The report says that the 288 complaints is relatively small, but what about the amount of people that are impacted every single day that haven't even made the effort or even know really how to make those complaints? Because as any councillor sitting in here, particularly previous councillors will note, it's the one issue that we are bombarded with. So you can't say it's a relatively small amount. I was at pre-poll, I think, with Councillor Glanville, and it was brought up down there as well. So people have fed up of losing their amenities, fed up of not being able to park anywhere close to where they live. So now's the time for action, and I just implore the Council to look at not just adopting this or noting this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next person up is Glenn Piper on item 12.2 tonight, which is the planning proposal for 29 to 31 Moore Road and 64 Undercliff Road, Freshwater.
Good evening, councillors. My name's Glenn Piper. I'm representing the applicant. I'd just like to have on record that we support... Can you hear now? Better?
Yeah,
thanks.
Better.
I'd just like to have on record that we support the councillor's report and the findings of that report, and also the local planning panel. We have no objections to the report put forward and the findings within that report. I'm here to offer the opportunity to ask and answer any questions that the councillors may have, but that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Short and sweet. Next one
Madam
up.
Madam Mayor, is
yes.
it possible that when we actually come to that item that the speaker just now can stay so that we can ask questions, noting that there's other people?
Yes, I was anticipating a procedural motion to make sure we get to that item.
Thank you.
So, but it's up to the proponent if he wants to hang around, I'm sure. Okay, same topic. Ashwin Field, if you could come up to the lectern for the same topic.
Height difference. Hi there, I'm Ashwin Field. I live in Undercliff Road behind the Harbour Hilton. Some of you may have received some emails from me, and you may have received some emails from my neighbours, and I'm sure you've read the 90 plus objections that my neighbours made to this proposal. So when I was thinking last night, thinking what more is there to say? And I was struck by the fact that this is a bit like the Lorax. You know the Lorax? It's a kid's book. It's a bittersweet. My kids tell me it's actually about how crass commercialisation and overdevelopment kill the planet. But you know, kids these days, they'll believe anything. But at the heart of the Lorax is this concept of a thing that everybody needs. It's actually, spoiler alert for those of you who haven't read it, it's actually a thing that one person wants and nobody needs. We're talking here about dropping a 37-room motel and pool complex onto R2 zoning in a quiet residential pocket, or it was quiet before the commercial interest took over the pub. This is something that almost nobody in our community wants and almost nobody in our community needs. And when I say the community, I don't mean the neighbours near and far. I mean the small businesses in the village. I mean the people who work in those small businesses. I mean those of us who shop in those small businesses. I mean the people who visit will bear the considerable costs of this proposal: traffic, noise, unsocial behaviour. We'll see almost no benefit. So this is actually a pretty simple case. This is a question about who gets to decide the character of the places we live. Do we, the community, actually get a say? Or do commercial interests, aided and abetted by a process which is so asymmetrical that we'll be writing books about it in 50 years, get to call the shots? Do they get to make money by degrading our neighbourhoods while council stands by? This has been a fascinating process. This process is something out of Kafka. But I understand that this isn't the council's process. This is something that you're stuck with like us. But it's no accident. This process is deliberate and it's designed to ensure that no one stands in the way of commercialisation and development. It's designed to confuse and exhaust anyone in the community who might object. And with a series of fragmented box-ticking steps, ensure that no one stage and no one actor can be held accountable. You know what? If that was the case for building low-rise residential on R2 zoning in the context of a housing crisis, that would be okay. But that blunt instrument is being used to force new commercial precincts on quiet suburban pockets. So we're asking you as the council to stand up for us and to create the mechanism for turning the community sentiment into a decision. There are commercial interests that want to make a buck out of changing us into another Bondi or Coogee, but freshwater is a wonderful place and an LGA blessed with such wonderful places. We, the community, want to preserve it. And we have the process, and we're asking our councillors to represent us as a community in doing so. We're asking the community to represent the people, families and small businesses who live around us and give us a say in how the neighbourhood looks in 10 years and be the mechanism for voting this thing down.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up. Councillor Hernjack. We still have another speaker on this topic, but do you have a question?
I do, Mayor. Could I move a procedural motion that Mr Field be given an additional minute to finish his speech?
Okay, so seconded by anyone? Councillor De Luca, all those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Bajode, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon. We'll declare that carried. One extra minute. Come on down.
Was it the Lorax reference?
You get 3 minutes, so yeah, and we've got so many speakers tonight before we get to the business of council, so we're just trying to move
with my 1 minute, if I can just come back to this point about who gets to decide the character of where we live. Freshwater is a wonderful place. That's why we live there. That's why people visit. That's what brings in the traffic to the businesses in the village. All we as a community want to do is preserve it and not see it diluted and degraded by the further intensification of commercial activity on what is still and will continue to be an R2 residential site. Someone's characterised this to me as a commercial rezoning by stealth, and I think that's an apt description. So again, what we're asking the council to do is to do what this process has manifestly not done, to be our voice and to represent our interests and to vote down this egregious overdevelopment and commercialisation. We need you to be our voice to just say no.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Same topic. Also speaking against is Jordan Rises. Or Rises.
Good evening, everyone. So just quickly, I have 3 points that I'd like to raise with regard to the objections. I think many of the objections that were raised, as Ashwin said, 90 odd people and many emails have gone through, were not really addressed by the council staff because they thought they could be handled at the DA stage. They were kicked down the road effectively. Some of these issues, as we've seen in emails that have gone to councillors and in fact from council staff, have actually suggested these issues could be dealt with as part of the planning process, but still the council staff are recommending that these be dealt with at DA stage. They actually do have a bearing on this planning proposal. You'd also like to raise my second point is that the current LEP for Warringah, the old Warringah Shire, and also the new LEP both exclude establishing a hotel in an R2 residential area. Now you might say that's fine. The pub itself actually can have accommodation on their site. So the question that I think the residents are asking, is this really just a plan to rezone a residential block, 64 Undercliff Road, Freshwater, that is sitting next to the pub that was acquired by one of the owners of the pub? So in other words, does that mean that anyone who has a commercial business or an exception to the LEP can just simply buy the adjacent block and then have that zoning applied, which is what the council staff appear to be saying can be done? Thirdly, I'd like to say that there's really no certainty with what the final DA is going to look like once this has gone through the process, if it's approved. And I suppose the question is, if the council decides that the plans that are put forward by the applicant are not suitable, then obviously the recourse is to go to the Land and Environment Court, which we've already seen has happened several times with the current development. So I suppose I would like to ask that the residents who've raised objections with the council staff, that there is no lack of a voluntary planning agreement be considered, and we actually ask against an actual DA being submitted, so you as councillors can actually see what the final proposal is that is going to be there. So look, this is a complex proposal. There's obviously two sides to every story, I know that, but I'm just going to ask that you consider three things. One is, I think you should reject the planning proposal for the residential block 64 Undercliff Road, Freshwater. It's R2 zoned. It has no place to have a hotel on it. And then finally, secondly, I'd like you also to refer this back to the council staff with the planning proposal for the existing pub site to investigate whether the issues that can be covered as part of the planning process should be covered as part of the planning process, rather than just kick down the road to the DA. Why don't we deal with it now when it can be dealt with? And then thirdly, the applicant has assured all of us that they are the custodian for this particular site. And I am wrapping up. They're the custodian for this site. I would just request that the council ask them to actually submit their DA, so there's certainty with what the final plans and approvals look like, rather than a period of uncertainty once it's approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Okay. So we're moving from Freshwater to Curl now. So Susan Ely on 13.1, the Curl to Freshwater Connectivity and Streetscape Upgrade Project. Hang on, you need to turn on. That's it, beautiful.
There we go.
Well
Madam
done.
Mayor, councillors, I'm making the following comments in the context of the fact that the council resolved to pursue a refined design for a separated cycleway for Oliver and Bennett Streets at the April council meeting, and in commenting specifically on the revised plan that is being put to council at this meeting. I live on the Bennett Street section of the proposed cycleway, and I cycle most places in the local area. Over the course of the painful journey of this project, whilst being in favour of better cycling, pedestrian amenity and slowing traffic, I have been against the proposals for a separated cycleway, primarily due to the following concerns. The design of the actual cycleway with the collection of debris, tripping and driving hazard of the concrete blocks and narrowness of the bike lane, the difficulty and dangers of getting in and out of properties along the route with reduced visibility and narrow carriageway, and the loss of parking. The current plan goes some way to addressing these issues, and I thank the council for seeking further advice on the design. The raising of the cycleway to footpath level, as noted in the council report, removes a lot of the previous issues of debris collection, allows for a wider bike lane and removes the tripping hazard of the concrete blocks. I would not have used the cycleway under the previous design and instead taking my chances on the road as I currently do. I would, however, be more inclined to use the cycleway under the revised design. I support progressing the speed reduction along this section to 40 kilometres and propose 30 kilometres in some sections may be appropriate. This would improve the safety for residents getting in and out of properties, as well as improving the safety of the proposed pedestrian crossings. The loss of 27 car spaces is significant in an area which is a destination due to the many sporting fields and local businesses, making the entire cycleway section of both sides of Oliver and Bennett Streets motor vehicle parking only would mitigate some of this loss. This would also help with the issue of visibility for residents getting in and out of their properties, as many caravans and large boats block the view of oncoming traffic. I do encourage the council to work with those impacted by any plan that may be approved to resolve other outstanding issues and concerns as soon as possible. I understand this plan is more expensive than the previous ones, but I feel should a cycleway be installed, it is better to spend the money on something that has a chance of being used rather than wasting money on something that in theory is a good idea, but I fear would not have had a net positive impact. So, in summary, The design addresses many of the concerns with previous designs. I support further speed limit reductions to improve safety. Please consider motor vehicle parking only for this route to address parking. Assuming the outstanding issues are raised will be given due consideration, I am in favour of this revised plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, and on the same topic, but speaking against, is Paul Kelsey. And just a reminder, unlike last month, if we can not mention names, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I just want to ensure that all of you have some additional information to consider when you are reviewing the Curl Freshwater Cycleway project tabled for approval this evening. Firstly, I wanted to highlight that I believe the community is very supportive of the enhanced pedestrian crossings, the reduced speed limits, as Susan mentioned, and the increased use of bikes overall. The community overall, however, is vehemently opposed to the separated cycleway design because of the broader risk this introduces to the community. And this has been made clear to Council many times since it was first proposed. The community is, however, supportive of the original shared pathway proposal, which we now know in hindsight to be the option with the least risk for the community overall. A key piece of information that continues to be excluded from Council reports is that the Oliver Street and Benefit Street route has had well-functioning, incident-free cycle lanes in place for around 20 years now. These existing cycle lanes on each side of the road are consistent in design, with 80% of all the other cycle lanes in place across the northern beaches. We believe that a shared pathway approach similar to what Council is potentially proposing in French's Forest can be implemented in addition to leaving the existing cycle lanes in place, which will then enable young kids to continue to ride on the footpaths as they currently do, and adult and more confident riders can elect to ride on the existing cycle lanes, effectively providing 2 complete cycleways for use along the route. We've surveyed nearly 40 adult cyclists who've all advised that they would not use the proposed separated cycleway because of the need to be delayed by 6 pedestrian crossings over a 1.5 kilometre stretch. There has been no analysis provided by Council about the safety impacts for these cyclists who will use the proposed skinnier carriageway if the separated cycleway is in place. With regard to other issues, I want to highlight that the Council papers for this project tabled at the April Council meeting and again for today's meeting have not disclosed the fact that there were 916 local residents that objected to a separated cycleway design approach via petition. And this information has been with Council for nearly a year. Papers do, however, conveniently include the stats on the much lower number of submissions in favour of their separated cycleway proposal. As mentioned, this is a location already under significant strain from local sports fields, so the loss of nearly 20% of all parking spaces is not negligible, as Council papers have stated. Council papers also do not include a cost estimate, but confirm that it doesn't have the budget to complete this project. Our community has endured over 18 months of incomplete roadworks, and we cannot cope with the ongoing impact on our mental health. There has been no information provided about how the project is proposed to be broken into stages or the risks associated with a stage project. We sadly had a report as recently as yesterday at 4 p.m. of a significant car accident near the intersection of Surface Parade and Oliver Street with a young pregnant woman, police and ambulance services in attendance. We believe this was directly attributable to the incomplete roadworks that Council has left in place since they stopped work nearly 18 months ago. It is the view of the local Curl and freshwater community that Council has not adequately addressed the risks and concerns associated with the separate cycleway approach that have been raised by the community over the last 2 years, and we will hold Council directly accountable for any injuries or damage that arises as a result if Council proceeds with this approach.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Okay. That concludes public address. So, councillors, we now will move to items by exception. And I would ask you to be mindful of whether it is absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. And I will also be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call out a notice of motion, please do so when I go through the items shortly. Right, so councillors, I will now call out each item one by one, and you will advise me if you'd like to call the item out. So, just bear with me. Item 9.1, Annual Report and Financial Statement. Deputy Mayor. Item 9.2, Quarterly Review, September 24. Councillor Causey. 9.3. I will spread it around. Councillor DeLuca, you'll get a chance. Councillor Ernjack. 9.4, monthly investment report. Councillor Causey. That's a no. Thank you. 9.5, review and revocation of various policies. Councillor Causey. 9.6, delegated authority to the Mayor over Christmas and New Year. I promise I'll be good. I won't run away with the credit card. Okay, 9.7, submission to the Office of Local Government on Councillor conduct and meeting practices. Councillor DeLuca. Oh, I was just going to say a couple of words. Yeah, I was just going to say I read the letter. I thought it really nailed the issues of the current minister, who seems to be on a track of briefings only to the Mayor and obviously delegating a lot of authority to the Mayor, and I just totally disagree with that. So I thought the letter was totally well written and put the points across really well.
I concur with those comments, but I also wanted to add I do have serious concerns as to the proposed new Code of Conduct and Procedure for its administration. Unfortunately, members of Parliament are not subject to the same penalties and trauma of investigations that we are, often, well, routinely, as shows in our own Code of Conduct report tonight, vexatious complaints which cost a fortune, and to think that a councillor could actually be fined if they're found to have committed a breach of the Code of Conduct is an absolute disgrace, considering that members of Parliament are not subjected to that same thing. If some members of Parliament chose to act like local government members, like us as councillors, they might be doing a good thing. So I would like to emphasise that in the future and have that conveyed back to our illustrious Minister Ron Honig.
Okay, thank you, but we will say that will be going through. Okay, item 9.8, Code of Conduct complaint statistics. 9.9, Audit and Risk Improvement Committee confirmed minutes from the 11th of June. 10.1, Notice of motion for the Graffiti Task Force. Councillor Glanville. 12.1, the response to the notice of motion on boat and trailer parking. Yeah, I've got two of you, so that's going to be interesting. All right, but you'll both talk, or you might even move and second it, who knows? That was 12.1. 12.2, the planning proposal for 29 to 31 Moore Road. Councillor Hackman. Let's spread it around a bit. I'm sure we'll have plenty to say. 13.1 Curl Streetscape. Councillor Beaujard. Uh, 14.1 Notice of motion restoration of bushland. 14.2 Notice of motion outdoor balloons. 14.3. Yep, oh, I'm getting there. Okay, 17.1. I've already got Councillor Glanville for that one. 17.2. Yes, yeah. 17.3. Councillor Causey. And 17.4. Okay, you're going to have to leave for that one, so you won't be actually speaking. Councillor Causey.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just confirm 17.1 was called out?
Yes, by Councillor Glanville.
Okay.
Sorry? Councillor 17.4. Yeah, that was Councillor Causey. Okay, for the rest of them, if we're all ready to vote. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Unanimous. Thank you very much. So I now would like to move a procedural motion due to the people that we've got in the audience to move items 12.2, 13.1 and 14.3. 12.2... Sorry, 12.2, so the two Curl freshwater ones and the notice of motion for Prue Warren to be moved to be dealt with first, which hopefully looks after that. So seconded by Deputy Mayor, or moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hackman. Declare that carried.
Madam Mayor, can I move a further procedural motion which has been sent through to councillors and governance, that council consider a motion of urgency in relation to the environmental value of land after item 17.4 during the closed session of the council meeting? There should be some wording that governance has.
Okay.
During the closed session after item 17.4.
This is on the hope that we're going to stick to whatever's in order and will be on the confidential. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Hanjack. Declare that carried. It's a procedural motion. I'm moving it. Nothing wrong with it. Do you want me to do that one first? Okay. All right. So we're going to do 14.3 first. Councillor Causey, you're moving it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Glanville. Any questions of the staff? All right. Please, as the mover.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the family and friends of Prue Warren who are in the gallery tonight. I'd also like to mention that we don't very often recognise the contributions and achievements of teachers or activists for that matter in council or anywhere else really in society. But Prue was one of the most committed and long-standing environmental and social justice activists on the Northern Beaches. She died on August 15th after a long fight with motor neurone disease. I can't speak highly enough of Prue, who I regarded myself privileged to have as a comrade. She was born on April 4th, 1956. She had a lifelong connection to Pittwater, growing up playing with friends in the bush near her home in Newport. Having attended Newport Primary School and then joining the first year at Barrenjoey High School, it seemed Prue knew everyone in Pittwater. With a 38-year career as a high school art teacher, she was committed to public education and loved art. Always an activist, she set up an environment group at Mossman High, her last school before she retired. At protests in the city, she was always delighted to run into her former students. I also think it was a sign of Prue's character and understanding of young people that no student in her classes ever, in this age of ranking of people, ever was placed at the bottom of the class. She made sure of that. I don't know if the school was aware of it. When her Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
much better.
okay. When her daughter Ruby followed in her footsteps to Barrenjoey High, Prue joined the school's bush care group and ended up as PC president. In that role, she secured funding to build an art shed where students could practice ceramics and initiated a community garden which still flourishes on the school grounds. A staunch socialist, Prue also fought unrelentingly for government action on climate change, environmental protection and public health. She was often creative in her campaigning, having worn, for example, a koala suit at Blinking Lights Corner to protest the destruction of forest for the Northern Beaches Hospital. She was my companion when I first started coming to council meetings 8 years ago. A member of numerous community groups, Prue helped set up canopy keepers and was regenerating the spotted gum forest and understory around her own home in Avalon. She was also a firm supporter of First Nations people, and her work could be seen in her Gorilla Road signs, including the one reading Bowen Bungaree Hill at Newport on January 26, 2 years ago. In 2019, she joined the Yamma Barker corroboree tour to the Barker or Darling River with a group of like-minded city environmentalists.
Okay, Councillor Causey, can you end up the sentence or?
Yes, please, that'd be great.
Okay, we have a
bit of
mover
mix-up
for an
there.
extension, seconded by Councillor Glanville. We'll declare that carried. Please move on, Councillor Causey.
So the tour witnessed how Aboriginal communities in far western New South Wales were coping during severe drought, including at Brewarrina, sister city to the Northern Beaches. Prue was deeply affected by what she saw and on returning to the city was a founding member of Water for Rivers, campaigning to end corporate damming and pumping from rivers in southern Queensland and northern New South Wales. Those of us who knew Prue miss her warmth, cheerful outlook, humour and friendly nature. She was incredibly generous and resourceful, at the same time very tough and immovable on a matter of principle. To Prue's daughter Ruby, partner Scott, brother Bill and those touched by Prue's friendship, we extend our deepest sympathies. Vale Prue Warren, we miss you.
Okay, Councillor Glanville, as a seconder.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I first met Prue during the 2019 federal election, and I think there's something of a shared trauma of being candidates at the same time that made me appreciate Prue as someone who was very kind, very witty, very principled, who was someone who I immediately felt a sense of camaraderie, and through so many things I keep learning about all the things that she got up to is a testament to how staunch an activist she was and how principled a community member she was about a range of environmental issues and social justice issues. So Vale, Prue and perhaps one of us can take on the mantle of wearing the koala suit when the times demand it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Councillor Hernjack and Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Prue Warne was a friend, mentor, and my closest confidant. When I first joined the Greens, it was Prue who staunchly advocated for my first pre-selection in 2021, despite me being only 17 at the time. Prue saw the value in giving young people a voice and backed me without reservation or hesitation. Prue believed in me, and when others didn't, she stood up for me time and time again. I'll never forget her support. Prue was a fierce advocate for fairness in politics, was very passionate about social justice, and always fought for what was right. Prue was the first person I wanted to tell after learning I had been elected to council, and was devastated that I wouldn't be able to. Earlier, when the news first came out about the nominations debacle, it was Prue who I first messaged to thank me for getting me to where I was. Sadly, I learned that Prue had passed peacefully at home, surrounded by family, earlier that day. I was comforted to hear that Prue had heard the good news before her passing and was so thrilled for us. Prue was my first supporter and greatest mentor. She taught me the importance of protest, and we would often spend many afternoons together overlooking her beautiful native bush backyard in Avalon while discussing politics and activism late into the evening. I never had the opportunity to say goodbye to Prue before she passed, and I wish I could have seen her just one last time. But more so, I never got to thank her for all she's done for me, the Greens, our community, and the environment. So I want to use this opportunity to say thank you, Prue, for everything. You are so incredibly missed. I won't forget what you taught me and will cherish the memories of the short time I had the honour and the privilege of knowing you. To Scott and Ruby, thank you for coming tonight. You know better than anyone that Prue was an incredible person whose presence alone would lift the spirits of any room she entered. She had so much love for the both of you and so greatly appreciated being able to spend her last months at home together. Vale Prue Warne.
Thank you. Councillor DeLuca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It is with great sadness that I speak of an extraordinary woman who did touch the lives of many. Regardless of political affiliations, she treated everyone decently and encouraged those that she felt deserved to be there. I can remember after the first time I met her, we had lunch in the Parliament because we did become good friends. She was exceptionally fair and believed that everyone had a right to their opinion, whether one disagreed or the other. She respected that right. And I think it's been well articulated the outstanding work that she undertook for decades with young people, particularly as an art teacher and a high school teacher, but also in the community, inspiring people like Ethan and other young future leaders of our country. And I think that is something that is just so important, that the older generation encourage those that have the ability, like Ethan and Bonnie and others, to go forward regardless of political affiliation. Prue genuinely cared about people. She was hilarious on polling booths. All our families are always out campaigning for us. She became a very respected and fond person to my family, and particularly my sister, who is a nurse, and was exceptionally saddened when she learnt that Prue wouldn't be on pre-poll at the last election and the reasons why. So I too thank and commend Prue for her extraordinary service to our community over the decades, and I know that this is such a loss to not just our community and, of course, her family, who I'm sure we all convey our deepest sympathy, and thank you for sharing Prue with all of us. We're the better for it.
Okay, thank you. If no further discussion, if we can put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, next item. 12.2. So moved by Councillor Hackman and seconded by Councillor Bourgeard. Any questions of the staff first? Councillor Bourgeard, or is that what I got mixed up with? Were you asking a question?
No, both.
Oh, both.
Second
Okay,
round of question.
all right.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I have two questions. I'll start with one. We have a recommendation from staff today to progress this through to the state government. Could I understand what are the outcomes if we vote it down and say no today? And what's the outcome if we say yes? Do we get another bite of the cherry?
Through you, Mayor, in relation to the two scenarios, if council were not to support the planning proposal tonight, the next steps would be a matter for the proponent. The proponent has a right to a rezoning review. If that option is exercised, the matter would then be reported to the Sydney North Planning Panel, and they would make a recommendation to the Minister in whether a gateway determination should be issued. In the circumstances that a gateway determination is recommended, it also opens up an ability to the Minister to elect a different planning authority to then take carriage with the rest of the planning proposal process post the public exhibition of the planning proposal. However, if council were to support the planning proposal to progress to gateway determination, if gateway determination is issued, public consultation would commence, and that is part of the recommendation that you have before you, that council would endorse the public exhibition post-gateway.
Okay, another question?
Sorry.
No other questions?
Oh, yes,
Councillor De Luca, sorry. And then
Thanks,
Councillor
Madam
Grattan.
Mayor. I note that a memorandum was sent by the Director of Planning and staff today with an alternate recommendation. Could you please briefly outline the benefits of the alternate recommendation compared to this one?
Through you, Mayor. Essentially what the alternate recommendation does, it makes reference to the memo that you have before you. The memo attaches an appendix which makes reference to the coastal SEP or the guidelines, and if council were to support the planning proposal being submitted to the pathway for gateway determination, that appendix would also be provided to the department.
Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In the numerous submissions we received from those opposing the development, a concern has been raised as to whether this, if approved, would set a precedent not in the public interest, particularly noting that there are sites nearby that could be consolidated. Can this set a precedent?
Through you, Mayor. All planning proposals are considered on their own merits. What council is required to determine in assessing the merits of a planning proposal is where there is strategic and site-specific merit. So the circumstances that may lead us to determine that there is strategic and site-specific merit for this site may not necessarily apply to other sites.
Okay, yep. So we're still at questions at the moment, so bringing the councillors along.
Sorry, thank you. So if this was approved and say up the road, the car park, the shops decided to propose similarly that a hotel be built, how can that be refused when there's one more or less next door?
Council would be required to turn its mind to the merits of that application, and I can't speculate on what that application may look like in the future.
There's been also submissions made concerned about the intensification of the village. What regard did both council staff and the independent panel have to those submissions, and what is council's response to the increased intensification of the village due to this proposal?
Through you, Mayor, the assessing officer's comments and those of other experts within council who have considered the proposal are outlined in the assessment report that is before council. That same report or a very similar report was also considered by the local planning panel. So you have that information before you in the report.
We might, but maybe residents don't. So that's the purpose of the question for transparency purposes.
So the report is available on council's website, and so members of the community are able to read the assessment report from council officers.
So in that report, it was found that intensification was not an issue. Is that correct?
That's correct. We wouldn't be recommending the report to the council consideration if there were going to be adverse impacts.
In relation to one of the speakers earlier, are there any other hotels that have been approved in R2 zonings?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay,
that's a big
'cause
question.
It is a significant question, which I think is very relevant to the consideration tonight. In relation to the actual comment by Mr. Rises that can a DA be dealt with or considered concurrently to give certainty, I suppose this is probably better directed to the actual proponent. Was consideration given to that, or would it be considered so that the community could know exactly what is proposed?
Hi. My understanding would be that we couldn't lodge a DA without the rezoning first accomplished.
Speak more into the microphone. It's very directional.
Is it possible to lodge a development application without the rezoning being approved in the first instance?
Through to Ms Kerr, if someone could turn their light off. Yep, great.
It would not be recommended to lodge a development application for a land use that was not currently permissible. It is standard practice for the rezoning to be gazetted, and then the proponent would lodge a development application.
Thank you. And just the final question. If either the current motion before the chair of Councillors Hackman and Beaujard or your alternative recommendation is passed, could you please outline the process and timelines ahead and the opportunity for further community input?
If council were to endorse the planning proposal tonight, staff would prepare a package that would be sent to the Department of Planning. The Department of Planning would then do their assessment against the relevant plan-making guidelines, and if they were to issue a gateway determination, they would issue a letter to council. It may or may not have conditions, so the planning proposal may need to be amended prior to going on public exhibition. Public exhibition would occur in accordance with the requirements of the gateway determination, and that would include the number of days in which the submissions were to be accepted. Council officers would then continue to do an assessment of the planning proposal, consider the submissions that have been raised in public submissions, and a report would be brought back to the floor of council for a determination on whether the planning proposal should be made and then sent back to the Department of Planning for the legal instrument to be created. Indicatively, we will be set the timeline from the Department of Planning, but a matter of this nature is probably in the order of about 9 to 12 months.
Could I just ask a question of the mover and the seconder?
Can we just, I was going to say, we've got other councillors who want to ask
It
questions.
is substantive to what's
Okay.
before us. The alternate recommendation that came out today partly addressed Mr Oates' concerns, I think, in relation to coastal environmental impacts, etc. Are you prepared to include that in your current motion? It is? Oh, yes, memo. Okay, yep. And accompanying memo dated.
I would be happy to make that the motion.
Thank you.
Yes, that addition, thanks. Okay, next councillor up for questions was Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor De Luca for your thorough questions. It's touched on a number of the issues. Given the overwhelming resident response, which is particularly negative, where have these submissions been considered in the process to date, or has this become part of the gateway process?
Council staff have considered the submissions that were raised in the exhibition, and that is included in the assessment report.
I guess I'm just trying to make clear where the residents' views sort of are taken into account, because if we vote for this, we're voting to put it to the state government, to the gateway process, and undertake a more detailed planning proposal. But if we vote against, we may miss out on the opportunity to influence what happens next with the planning proposal. Is that accurate categorisation?
It can be a bit complex. So if council were not to agree to progress the planning proposal and the applicant exercise their right to lodge a rezoning review, and let's play it out, that the gateway determination is issued, there will be a public exhibition that will occur of the planning proposal in a normal course. The question will be whether council will be nominated as the planning authority going forward. If it is not, then we will only be able to make a submission through the public exhibition, because the Department of Planning would generally run the exhibition of the planning proposal. That has occurred in past occasions where council has not supported a planning proposal. If, however, council is the planning authority, then any report would come back via the chamber for you to determine whether it should proceed going further. Does that make sense?
Yep, that makes sense. And I guess the final question, one of the speakers spoke about planning issues being pushed through to the DA phase rather than being considered as part of the planning proposal. Why was that decision made in this instance not to consider those issues now?
A large percentage of the issues that have been raised in the submissions are related to matters that would get drawn out and considered as part of the development assessment process. There is no detail apart from an indicative concept plan that the proponent has submitted as part of the planning proposal. And that is why we've recommended that there be a development control plan prepared by council so that there is more clarity around what those built form outcomes might be relating to things like setbacks and shadowing impacts and things like that. We are bound by considering the strategic and site-specific merit, and a lot of the issues did not relate to that.
And is it the DA process and the DCP that will determine things such as operating hours and noise levels and mitigating those impacts that the residents have raised?
Those issues get dealt with through the assessment of a development application.
Sorry. Councillor Hackman, are you asking a question or are you moving to speak as the mover?
I'm asking a question of staff.
Okay.
Thank you for checking. Through you, Madam Mayor, the question to staff I have is just in relation to the report where it says that Destination Northern Beaches identifies the opportunity to support the development of boutique small-scale accommodation, and that the report recommends that council continue to support tourist and visitor accommodation land use across local and strategic town centres and retain as a permitted use in B2 and B4 zones. Just noting that Freshwater already has a main road and harbour diggers at the top of the hill, my question to staff is just why has that recommendation, particularly around Destination Northern Beaches, been included in this, noting that it is currently residential?
It's considered that there is an undersupply of visitor accommodation on the northern beaches. In my time, I've not seen an application that's proposed visitor accommodation. And so because of the strategic alignment with what Council is seeking to achieve in its high-level strategies, it was considered that it was strategic alignment to what Council was seeking to achieve whilst not having an adverse impact. And there is a long-term history of this type of accommodation being present on that site.
One more question. Would it be okay through you, Mayor, to ask staff what constitutes an adverse impact?
I suppose that can range from anything. So it could be adverse traffic impacts, it could be adverse amenity impacts, adverse overshadowing impacts. It's a broad term and it depends on the particular proposal.
Okay. It's not quantified at all? It's
no, sometimes adverse impacts can be identified in development control plans, but it is usually subject to a merit assessment, which makes dealing with planning issues quite complex.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, any other... so as the mover, Councillor Hackman, would you like to now move into debate?
Yes, please be patient with me because I'm still new, but my thoughts on this matter after extensive consultation with the community, residents and the business community, are that we...
Yes, we're moving it as is now on the screen.
If we as a council choose to rezone this residential land, we are agreeing to change the nature of Harbord and the freshwater village forever. Future owners will have the same liberty to build on this larger footprint, an entity that residents rightly believe belongs in Manly, Brookvale or Mona Vale, not in a beachside residential village. Lisa Reesers notes that spilling the pub over onto a recently purchased neighbouring residential block will reduce the number of houses approaching the beach on that side to just 3 household dwellings in a housing crisis, and proposing intense commercialisation in an R2 low-density residential zone. Susan and Peter Roach on Kalula Road say that since the Stage 1 redevelopment of the Harbord Hotel, they've noted what appears to be a change in the demographics of the patrons that this hotel attracts. There are more 18 to 30-year-olds yelling and swearing as they amble along their street, often late into the evenings. And this hotel previously attracted a more diverse patronage with a wider age group that perhaps was more respectful of the local community. Viv Stewart says that they experience people vomiting in their gardens and throwing empty bottles and cans into their yards every weekend. And it's clear that local residents are shouldering some impacts from having a popular 800-person patronised pub and function room, and they are not making noise or litter complaints to the scale of what is actually occurring in their residential community. So we think I'm going to be voting against this proposal, particularly because of that intensification of impacts on the local residents, and also that we're in a housing crisis and the community is in desperate need to retain homes, not add hotels in a tiny residential area. If this were located on the main road or up on the hill near the other pub, Harbord Diggers, in this community, then I'd support it. And if this were a block of units for locals, then I'd definitely support it. But the intensification of this site for commercial purposes is in direct conflict with R2 zoning to meet the day-to-day needs of its residents. The residents are speaking, and I'd really like you to please listen to them. Vote no.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor DeLuca. If
Thanks.
Councillor Glanville could turn her light off. Yep. I've got you all down in your order. Yep.
Just on a point of clarification, I think, like me, you're against the proposal, but you're moving it. So do you wish to withdraw your moving and have someone else?
No, I believe I can move it into debate without supporting it.
But if this is passed, it'll have your name on it as moving it.
I'm not here for political reasons.
It's not political. No. It's just a matter of record.
If anyone else would like to move it, if you'd feel like it, but for me, I understood in the procedures that if you move something, it's about moving it into debate. If anyone else would like to take it over, you're very welcome to.
Okay, Councillor Williams, we will put your name there instead of Councillor Hackman. But Councillor De Luca, just to let you know, when someone moves and seconds it, they're putting it out into debate.
I think you know that I know that, but
I know
it is irregular, and clearly Councillor Hackman, quite rightly, in my opinion, is against this, and it would be very confusing for the record to show that you're moving it.
And then voted against it. But that is okay, happens. It does happen.
I'd just like to thank, through you, Mayor, Councillor De Luca, for looking out for me. I appreciate that.
Okay. So now, as the seconder, your right to speak, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I start, thank you to the councillors.
So just moving for a moment, going back to governance, we're changing Councillor Hackman's name to Councillor Williams. Thank you. All right, so sorry about that. Start again, Councillor Beaujard.
All good. Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, thank you to the more experienced councillors for helping us newbies out. Always appreciated. Before I start, we've had over 88 emails from the community over the last week, and I'd like to thank them because every one of those emails was respectful, put their point across, was done in a really, really good way. So I think we all appreciate those communications from the community. It certainly helps. The things we heard were issues with amenity, issues with noise, issues with traffic, issues with heritage. But when speaking to the community, one of the themes that seemed to come up through the entire thing was one of trust. There seems to be a change in how the community works with this venue to how it used to. There seems to be a loss of trust, and in talking to the community, they're scared that the current development, instead of being as stated as a recording studio, might be a nightclub, as some of them have said, that the noise will grow, that there'll be more and more problems from this. Yet, on the converse side, I've heard members of the community very supportive of this. So it's one of those. The community's split against what they like, and I don't think we've done enough consultation. My fear is if we say no, we're going to lose control of this entire process. I'm mindful to actually vote against it. I think probably that's the easiest thing for me to do, but I'm going to end up voting for it because I'm more interested in this coming back to council and us keeping control of the process. So while I hear what the community says loud and clear and really respectfully, while I worry about what's going to happen to 64 Undercliff Road being rezoned from being residential to commercial, I think the way to manage this process best in the interests of the community, from what I've heard from staff, is to vote yes and retain control. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I want to start by talking about how most community members in Freshwater found out, which is from their neighbour. And we've spoken in this chamber a number of times about how we need to be better at communicating with the community about changes to traffic and planning. And unfortunately, this is another example where neighbours informed neighbours in a far more efficient manner than we did. And that's really unfortunate. And I'm hopeful that this is something during this term of council we can get a lot better at. Notifying only a relatively few number of houses, I think, has engendered suspicion and angst and upset about why only adjacent landowners were notified, when surely some amount of common sense dictates that the impacts would reach more than just the immediate neighbours. As might be guessed, I'm speaking against this proposal. I acknowledge there's a bit of a Sophie's choice. If we say yes at this point, it comes back round and the process continues. We say no, and a rezoning review may put the community in the exact same position, but I feel as a councillor, my role is to voice the views of the community and the material concerns about the proposal. I think fundamentally what I've heard from the community is concern about a range of impacts. And while the staff report describes these issues as being able to be dealt with at the DA stage, respectfully, I disagree. I see them as a symptom of an underlying incompatibility between the proposed land use and an R2 zone. I live in Freshwater. It's a very quiet family location. And I think what we've heard from the residents is concern about how an intensification of this existing land use would change the character of the area. And when you have an existing land use, there is some give and take. But I think that it's evident from the feedback from the community that there isn't social licence for an intensification of land use. And I think the noise issues that have been raised and antisocial behaviour, it's fundamental to a hotel at this location, because when you're co-locating a pub and a hotel, you naturally attract a certain type of hotel patron, in contrast to a hotel that wasn't co-located with a pub, where you would attract a more family demographic that might be more in keeping with the family nature of the area. Another key concern that I have is for the respect for heritage. The heritage building there, I'm concerned that from the concept drawings, that what we will have is a very unsympathetic development. And as many residents have pointed out, we'll be losing a Art Deco era apartment building providing housing to the community in a time where there's a housing crisis. So I could keep going.
Thank you, Councillor Glanville. I think we'll move on to the next one, which is Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to echo the words of Councillor Glanville, my concerns also lie with the fact I believe it's oversized for the small village where it's proposed. And I'm also worried that while the drawings of the proposal are still indicative, I believe that the current design isn't sympathetic with the heritage of the existing hotel. And I'm also quite struck by the words of Mr. Field, who addressed us earlier today. What are we here for as councillors if not to listen to the community and their concerns? And I think given the number of the submissions we've all received, it's quite clear what the community wants us to do as their local councillors. And for that reason, I'll be voting against this proposal today. But I'd also like to thank the community for their efforts in making those submissions to us and for sticking with us throughout the meeting. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share the concerns of my fellow councillors who have spoken already. I furthermore share the concerns of residents. We are here as elected representatives to listen to and act upon what our community wants. And it is clear from the, as stated, overwhelming emails that have been received by we, the councillors, that they want us to vote no. And I do not think that it is unreasonable for those requests to come in from the people that will have to experience future should a rezoning be approved. Now, some have stated that we will lose control if we do not approve tonight. Well, this council voted not to be the consent authority when it comes to Lizard Rock. So why are we making a different move tonight? I sincerely believe that, similar to the argument and submission of Councillor Glanville, this can't be dealt with at DA stage. The horse would have already been well and truly let out and bolted. We need to make a stand on behalf of these residents and show that we as a council are united in supporting those residents and that we are against a proposal that is excessive in bulk, scale, will have an adverse impact on the streetscape, on the village environment, as well as in the future. I do think it sets a precedent because if a developer or landowners see that, yes, if you buy a block of land next to, or you have blocks of land that you can consolidate, of course, why not? Aren't we allowed to have a hotel or more like that? It also concerns me, the question I put was whether we have passed before a hotel, motel in a R2 residential zoning, and that can't be answered tonight. So I will be supporting the residents and voting no.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank all the residents that sent their emails to us. It's really good to have to hear from you, and I think one of the councillors here, sorry, my colleague Nick, Councillor Bojard, your commentary was very respectful, and all of them were very easy to understand. One concern I do have, and I go back to Councillor Glanville's point, was the consultation or the community finding out about the rezoning, and it's unfortunate that it had to be by neighbour. We do talk about the way we talk to our community, how we inform our community before, not at the moment, or prior to, rather than when it comes up to us. And it might be something that perhaps, Mr. CEO, we need to just work a bit harder with. I'm not sure, but it does seem to come up all over the place. I do tend to agree with, and thank you everyone else for contributing to, it's a hard one. I'm very much of the mind of trying to have as much control in how we can move it forward rather than it being taken out of our hands. And I understand and I hear what has been said around the table, but that's just what where I am at this particular moment. I think it would be terrible if suddenly it got stopped, it got taken off us, and we lost our voice. We lost our community's voice, you know, and we just had to sit back and watch and look back with regret. So I will be voting for the rezoning.
Councillor Harvey.
Do I have to press? Oh, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just wondering if I could ask another question to the applicant at this stage?
No, I'm sorry, we've moved into debate now.
All good, thank you then.
All right. Okay, Councillor Bingham and then Councillor Grattan.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess my concern is that we will have more control of the process if we go down this route, and that we will have no control of the process if we allow it to go the other way. One of the things that I think is very important, I don't think the Northern Beaches has had any new accommodation. Well, I can't remember when. And it has always been expected that Manly will have accommodation, but the Northern Beaches is more than Manly. And in actual fact, Freshwater offers such an opportunity. I think the main concern here is the concerns about the pub, which are quite separate to the concerns about having accommodation. I think tourist accommodation would be fantastic for this area. As you said, it's a village, and I believe that in time the residents will actually embrace it, that they will have their neighbours and friends and whoever come to visit them will actually be able to stay in this accommodation. We have so many carnivals now at Freshwater, and there's nowhere for these people, for the competitors to stay. So I'm encouraging the locals just to look at it in a different way and to see the benefits of the accommodation. But I do agree with you that the pub and its growth has caused lots of problems, and I think these problems need to be addressed by the owners, because otherwise they will not get the residents on side at any cost.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Grattan.
Yeah, I was going to make a very similar point actually. Want to keep control of the process. Having heard of the complaints, it does seem like a breakdown in trust with the management of the pub and what's happening there at the moment. Also seeing with the accommodation the tourist destination plan for the Northern Beaches, the need for accommodation, the proximity of this to the freshwater village, which can actually help keep the shops and, you know, the shops and the restaurants in freshwater are okay at the moment, but they had gone through a dip in recent years, particularly when the IGA wasn't there, and it was difficult to maintain the level of business in that community, and providing additional accommodation, employment opportunities helps keep that town centre vibrant and thriving, and I think that's an important consideration as well. It's also on the coastal walk and providing additional accommodation along the coastal walk also helps create economic activity in our particular area. Accommodation in and of itself, if that is actually what's being proposed, does seem to provide a buffer from the residents to the pub. And the other comment I've had from some other residents that live a little bit further, not immediate neighbours, but are saying there's somewhere for my friends and family to stay, like at Christmas time, at other times when I want people to come and visit me and be able to stay locally. So I can see both sides, and I think the issue is managing those impacts on the community, mitigating them. There does seem to be adequate underground parking being provided for this facility. So DA process will be very important. We want to keep control to make sure we minimise those impacts on community, and I think it would be good to go through to Gateway and have a more thorough communication process with the community about how we can work this together. And I'd encourage the owner of the site to consider the feedback that has been provided by community about how to work a bit more in harmony with community and balance those commercial interests with the R2 zone intention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, can I move a procedural motion to put to the vote? We've had 2 for and 2 against.
Sorry, do I get a reply?
No, because you're no longer the mover of the motion.
And we've had
you can't get 2 bites of the cherry.
I'm so
Sorry,
hungry
can
for
I
a
just
cherry.
make a submission to that ruling? In view of Councillor...
Well, sorry, we've already had a procedural motion now moved as well.
But it's in relation to the right of reply. I think because it was changed on the floor, you do have a discretion to grant a councillor to speak a second time.
Yes.
And so I would ask that you grant that discretion, because I don't think Councillor Williams, and I'm assuming, but do you wish to have the right of reply, or would you rather give it to your colleague?
I will actually make a ruling on that, because Councillor Williams doesn't have to make a right of reply, and like I said, we've already had a procedural motion. I'm aware that everyone, or 8 people, are all learning at the same time around the tables here. So we go slowly where we can, but at some stages we have to speed up.
Can I please move a procedural motion for myself, because I've seen their faces.
Sorry, the procedural motion trumps everything first. So
just to that point, Madam Mayor, even if the procedural motion to put the motion gets passed, there's still the right of reply, at which time we can move a procedural motion if the Mayor does not use her discretion that you speak.
Okay. All right, so the Deputy Mayor has put forward a procedural motion because of 2 for and 2 against, that the motion now be put. All those in favour that the motion now be put, please put your hand up. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that carried. Thank you. So now we move to the actual motion.
So, sorry, just in relation to the question, are you giving discretion to give the original mover a right of reply?
No. I'm sorry,
Okay,
I
could I
override
move a
that.
procedural motion that the original mover of the motion be granted 3 minutes to speak?
Sorry, I'm going to rule that out of order. Councillor
On what
Williams,
grounds?
what do you have to add?
I actually have nothing to add and suggest that we vote.
Okay, sorry, we're ready to vote.
Sorry, could I just have, in relation to your ruling, not to accept a procedural motion, what's the reasons in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice?
In accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, I can make the final decision. And I make the decision at the moment that I think we need to move on. We've had plenty of aeration on the topic. Councillor Hackman certainly got right at the beginning everything that she seemed to want to speak, but then we'd already allowed her to move her name off it. So I think we've been quite understanding of Councillor Hackman, and we need to move on. We have many other items to discuss tonight. Okay, so all those in favour of the motion? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, myself. Declare that lost. Oh, okay, so all those in favour is Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon and Councillor and myself. Against, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Gilton and Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and Councillor Causey. Declare that lost. Okay. Do we want to get on to item 13.1 so the poor people in the audience can move on? Can cope until then to have a 10-minute break. 13.1 was Councillor Beaujard.
Madam Mayor, can I move a procedural motion that we have a break? I expect that this motion will take up just as much time as the previous one, and I request that we stick with the...
Second that. Okay, seconded by Councillor Grattan. All those in favour? Declare that almost carried. Come on. Okay, declare that carried. 10-minute break. We'll see you. 1, Kirkcalder Freshwater Connectivity and Streetscape Upgrade Project. We had Councillor Beaujard as the mover, and who wants to second this?
Me, because I've got a...
Councillor Grattan.
And Councillor Beaujard, I don't know if you've seen the emailed alternate motion. We've got a few more things in it, but I was going to suggest we move it like that if you're willing to.
Yeah, I'm comfortable to move like that, Councillor Grattan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaujard.
Okay. First, before we go to anywhere, any questions of the staff? Councillor De Luca.
Just in relation to the speaker's comments that there are no cost estimates, how much will the actual project cost and how will it be funded if it is approved tonight?
Through the CEO to Mr Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines. The project is estimated to cost between $2.5 and $3 million. We currently have a budget of $650,000 and we're proposing to move forward with stage 1. We will seek additional funding through grant programs, of which there are a range.
Okay, any other questions before I
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question in relation to that.
But you're the oh, okay, yes, sorry.
Just a question.
Yep.
So in relation to the budget and the funding shortfall, do we propose to wait until we get all of the funding together, or can we begin staging the works, and from where do we start? Which end?
Through you, Mayor. No, we're proposing to commence the works. The phase 1 of the works that we're proposing is to start the construction of the cycleway between Lawrence Street and Soldiers Avenue, as well as doing the raised pedestrian crossing at Wilson Street, as well as the 2 shared crossings at Soldiers Avenue and Windora Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackman, your question?
My question was in relation to the phasing of the rollout, which I think you've just answered. But I have another question through you, Mayor. What about the impacts for the elderly residents that are reversing? Have we done studies on that?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we haven't done studies with regards to any particular age group, but in terms of reversing or exiting or entering driveways, the proposed plan, in terms of its review with Transport for New South Wales Active Transport Team, doesn't propose any further adverse changes to anyone entering or exiting their driveway.
So is it proposed that that will get easier for the residents there that are currently struggling under the new proposal?
Through you, Mayor. I can't speak on behalf of the residents who are reversing or entering their driveways, but having the separation of pedestrians, cyclists and car traffic is the best practice approach, and you'll have a greater opportunity to see cyclists on the cycleway compared to if they're cycling on the footpath.
Thank you.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in relation to the first speaker's question regarding motor vehicle only parking signs, has that been investigated yet? And is that a possibility that that be implemented for safety reasons as well?
Through you, Mayor. It hasn't been investigated yet, but I see that it's been included in the motion, so we can investigate that.
Sorry. And just in relation to the other speaker's concerns regarding the accident that occurred and liability, has that been referred to our in-house legal counsel, or do you want to share an opinion on that?
Through you, Mayor, we haven't received any claim of liability with regards to that matter. We've received an email with regards to that accident. Council staff have reached out to the police to further understand what that accident is about.
Thank you. And just a final question. In regards to the loss of the 27 car spaces, some residents are concerned that it will devalue their properties, apart from causing great safety issues in the area. Is council responsible for compensating for such loss, or is there any possibility at law that we could be held responsible for devaluation of property because of the loss of 27 public car spaces?
Through you, Mayor Hines, while I'm not a legal expert, no, I don't believe we're liable.
Okay, thank you. So, next up on my list was Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to ask, in regards to phase 1, do we have a determined comm strat to let the residents know about the parameters and the duration of the works?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we intend to be very open with the proposed construction program. We have a significant number of people who have registered to this project through the Your Say page, and we'll use that as well as our other channels to actually communicate the construction program.
But will they be receiving individual letterboxing about?
Councillor De Luca,
sorry.
it's another question.
Through you, Mayor Hines, individual properties adjacent to construction road works do get letterbox dropped, but as has been observed tonight and stated tonight, they're not the only people impacted, and as such we'll have a greater approach in terms of consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that undertaking regarding the consultation. Just in relation to review, if in a year's time the concerns manifest of the residents as to safety and everything else, what action can council do to reverse its decision?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that's a matter for council as to what actions it would take. It would have to determine what it would see as a failure and of the design.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further questions, we'll move to the mover.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, just hang on a second. Councillor Glanville, was that a question?
Debate.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Councillor Bourgeard.
Thank you, Mayor. I've lived on the Northern Beaches since 2005, and it feels to me like this project was going on years before that. I know it wasn't. When speakers talk about will people in the area know about this, they absolutely will. They all know about this. The pausing of the programme halfway through, half pregnant, if you will, has caused difficulty, safety issues. Certainly driving down Bennett Street in the wet is a joy to work out which lane you're in. I think the community members I've spoken to are delighted that this is going to happen. I understand this proposal is for the gold-plated version of a separated cycleway, but anything that improves short journeys, improves safety, has examples in it for rider and pedestrian safety, and makes where we live better to live for all people concerned. I think this is a proposal which does it. And it's been out not just to council staff, not just to Transport for New South Wales, but it's been independently reviewed, as the council asked. And my family spent 4.5 hours last night taking me through every minute bit of this proposal. And in the end, I think they all decided, and they cycle, that it was a good thing. I live in the area, and this seems to me to be an excellent proposal that we should actually get behind and get the thing done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As a seconder, Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add to Councillor Bourgeard's points, and this amended motion, or this changed motion, speaks to some of the additional things that the community has been saying to me about this area, about making sure we've got that signage for where there are pinch points and where there is riders and pedestrians that maybe might conflict at various points with some paving markings. And for the residents, they're concerned about reversing out of driveways. Consider if we can lower the speed along that area, as is proposed, to say 40 kilometres an hour, will make that a much safer process as residents are trying to negotiate that road where cars do go quite quickly along that spot. And finally, the no parking motor vehicles accepted, as Ms Zealy mentioned, to be able to retrieve some of those parking back from the caravans and trailers that all are along that roadway. So it aligns with the MOVE strategy. It's great to make this final connection as we'd seen in the strategic plan. The redesign has made it considerably better, and I thank the team for going back and doing that additional work. I think we've got a better result. It might take us longer to get there, but I think in the end we'll be pleased. So I support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I will too speak in favour of the motion. I think that we've had a bit of a rocky journey to get here, and I think we've all had some lessons in how to communicate with the community, and probably still some more lessons around how to co-design these sorts of projects and communicate the trade-offs in the future. But we are where we are, and we have a proposal that addresses a lot of the concerns that I've heard around safety and visibility. My husband, who regularly walks down that road, is delighted at the new ideas of crossings to get across because it is a very busy road. I think for this project to work, we really do need to continue on with the investigation to drop the speed limit, not just on that street, but in that whole precinct, because we have a lot of cars who go way too fast through that area, and I'm hoping that through dropping the speed limit and putting in bike infrastructure, we can convert this to a space where it primarily functions for residents to use active transport rather than continuing car-dominated transport. Our young people have enthusiastically embraced e-bikes, and I think it's important that we have dedicated cycleways for people to ride. I acknowledge that this does have pain for the community, and I think that that's something that we could have been better at being kind of open about, that there are trade-offs. There is a loss of some parking spaces. It will change how people use the road and how they're used to getting out of their driveway. Unfortunately, when you're reallocating road space, it is a bit of a zero-sum game, and so I'm hoping that in time the community is taken on the journey and can see how wonderful it will be when this cycleway is finished for kids and teenagers and families to be able to ride together on a safe pathway. And mums will be liberated of a Saturday morning from driving their kids to sport because their kids will ride the cycleway to the playing fields. And, you know, Dad will be able to avoid having to drive them as well. And so I think that this is a great project. I'm very thankful for the openness of the team within staff to consult with experts and go back to the drawing board. And I know that this has been a really drawn out process, and I think now we just need to get on with it and bring it to life.
Thank you. Any other councillors, or can we put this to the vote? Right of reply, of course, back to Councillor Beaujard.
Very quickly, Mayor. One of the things that I think some of the residents might not be aware of, and certainly councillors aren't, is when I was talking to residents about this, a bunch of people further up Bennett Street, where a bunch of Year 12s used to park for Freshwater High, now have their parking spaces back because of e-bikes and the kids now riding to school rather than that. So your words, Councillor Glanville, about people using other forms of transport rather than cars ring true, and this will only help. So I commend this motion to the council. Thank you.
Okay, and with that we put this to the vote. All those in favour? almost unanimous, except for Councillor De Luca. Declare that carried. Thank you very much. So now we go to 9.1. Councillor Robins. Do we have a seconder for it? Councillor Bingham. Councillor Robins.
Thank you.
Any questions of the staff first?
Yes.
No? Okay, take it away.
My first question is to the CEO through you, Mayor. This annual report being over 300 pages, which I understand needs to be that size to meet our government requirements, I was just wondering, is there going to be a much more concise version available to the public, a shortened version? Oh, sorry.
So we have the, yes, that is not an intelligence test, I promise. So we have our CFO, Carolyn Foley, and Michael McDermott here to answer all financial and strategic questions.
Sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There wasn't an intention to prepare a shortened summary, but we can certainly look at that.
Thank you. I think that'd be a good thing to do, though I do appreciate you're a bit under the pump at the moment. Look, my commentary is that firstly I'd like to thank council staff for tabling the Northern Beaches Council annual report. And whilst very pleased to note that our council had another successful year, and I'm really pleased that the media are here because this is a fantastic document, even though they won't have time to read through it. However, that's why that concise version might be really handy for them to have. I believe our community can be comforted that council remains committed on developing quality services and supporting our community while protecting our natural environment. I'm pleased to note that over the past year, Council invested $73.5 million in improving community infrastructure and assets that included 5 kilometres of new footpaths, 9.4 kilometres of road surfacing, a new memorial shelter at Manly Dam, new amenities at Shelley Beach and Little Manly, upgrading outdoor facilities at Warriewood Surf Life Saving Club, and commencing work on the new Warriewood Community Centre. Council staff were instrumental in administering a continuation of Council's electricity cost savings, with $2.5 million saved since 2021, thanks to the 100% renewable energy agreement. The development of the Northern Beaches Waste and Circular Economy Strategy 2040 to transform waste and litter management for a cleaner and more sustainable future. The launch of the Know the Code e-bike safety campaign, the destination of Palm Beach Headland as an urban night sky place by Dark Sky International, an Australian first, and also adopted its first multicultural inclusion plan, Champion Diversity 2024-2029, to ensure our council's systems and processes can support the unique needs of the people who speak community languages. Such achievements did not go unnoticed, as it was also another year of awards and accolades for councils, with Longreef Surf Club winning the Local Government Excellence Award, Frank Gray Oval being named Cricket New South Wales Suburban Cricket Ground of the Year, and the Belrose Children's Centre receiving the highest level of excellent in the National Recognition Scheme, becoming one of only 29 centres across all of Australia to reach that level, which is an amazing achievement. However, while Council continues to strive to deliver services and infrastructure for our community, we do need to recognise that it has become increasingly more difficult to do so. Like many councils in New South Wales, staff advise the Northern Beaches is facing growing financial pressure because of this widening gap between rates, incomes and the escalating cost to maintain services like roads, footpaths, sports fields, playgrounds and pools, and fund the heavy cost of natural disasters. And whilst this issue imposes a significant challenge, I commend Council to continue to address these challenges head-on, as outlined in tonight's agenda on engaging our community on options to close this funding gap.
Okay, anyone else wants to ask questions, speak, or can we put this motion to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that unanimous and carried. Item 9.2, Councillor Causey, seconded by, Councillor Grattan. Okay. Any questions of the staff before we move on? No? Oh, you do have a question? Hang on, turn your light on.
Look, I'm just calling this out. I'll move it as is, but I'd just like to ask staff some questions that I've sent to them earlier this afternoon. I'll just find my questions. Maybe a sec.
Okay.
So, this is concerning the coast walk. Palm Beach and Whale Beach residents are concerned that they've been told the grant from the Stronger Communities Fund, which is reported on here, won't cover the final section of the coast walk in their area. I'm just wondering if you can tell us how much money was in the grant for the coast walk.
Through the CEO to Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines, $9 million was provided under the Stronger Communities Fund for the Coast Walk.
Okay, and I've got some more if I can continue. How much was the entire Coast Walk projected to cost?
Originally, through you, Mayor Hines, originally when the project was first discussed by Northern Beaches Council back in 2017, it was estimated that it was going to cost about $22.5 million.
Okay, and did the council expect to have to fund some of the Coast Walk, and if so, by how much?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no council funding was expected to be required, noting that when it was done at the time, it was done on concepts only.
Okay, and was any of the funding allocated to different sections?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no. Originally, the Coast Walk funding package was just for the Coast Walk section. It wasn't allocated against specific sections.
Okay, and of the remaining sections, which still need to be completed?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there's a proposal tonight for one section, which is the section from Newport to the Serpentine. There is also the Bilgola foreshore link. There is this Serpentine pinch point. There is also Barrenjoey Road from the Serpentine to Surfside Avenue in Avalon Beach. And there is also a section on Whale Beach Road from Norma Road to Flora Road in Palm Beach.
Okay, and so how much money is left from the fund, and is there funding left for those sections at this point?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there's $1 million left in the Stronger Communities Fund, and there's $6 million left in total, which is from the Greater Fund for the Coast Walk project, and that funding will not complete all of those sections. The sections at both Barrenjoey from the Serpentine to Surfside Avenue, Avalon Beach, currently doesn't have any funding, should the matter be approved tonight, and nor does the Whale Beach Road section.
And so why have those two sections, the Whale Beach Road section and the Serpentine section, been left out? Why are they missing out on the funding that was originally there?
Through you, Mayor Hines. As we've progressed through detailed design, community consultation, the design has developed in line with what is needed and what the community want. That's meant the design has got more costly. I would also say that since 2017, when the project was first proposed, there has been a significant increase in costs for these type of works, and as such, the fund hasn't been able to keep up with those costs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Grattan. No questions? As the mover, does anyone else want to ask any questions, or does the mover want to add anything, or can we put this to the vote? Excellent. Okay, putting this to the vote, all those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. 9.3.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't vote in favour of that.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see you.
I also, for the record, had wanted to say something, but that's fine. We've moved on.
I didn't have your...
We were in questions, so I hadn't put my light up to debate yet, but that's fine. We've moved on.
Okay. I did ask. Anyway.
Thanks.
Sorry. Councillor De Luca.
I circulated my motion earlier and it's with the clerks.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Okay, and any questions to the
Hang on,
staff?
sorry. That's not what I submitted. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any questions before the mover moves and says something from moving?
Can I just have a brief explanation from Councillor De Luca what he's proposing?
All right.
Thank you, Councillor Bingham. Prior to the budget being determined and the delivery program, you'll recall that I moved an amendment that we have a formal report on internal cost savings. However, the amendment of Councillor Walton prevailed, and that was a more generic report. And I do think that in good faith, particularly in view of the emails this afternoon from Cathy Griffin and other members of the community who've all said we should be looking at other alternatives than just increasing rates by special rate variation, that we have a formal report on the issues outlined in the motion. They being that Council, could you just scan up a bit? Thanks. That the community consultation prior to Council's adoption of the last budget and delivery program revealed that the highest number of public submissions actually opposed the proposed 4.9, I should say, increase. Just moving down, it actually stated the majority of actual submissions, and these are to Council, and it's a quote from some of those submissions, that the most suggested ways, and this is what was quoted in the report, the most suggested ways of balancing the budget was Council reducing its own expenditure by cutting projects, looking at the organisational structure and focusing on core business. And then I've outlined, like I've done before, the expenditure for this budget on matters that I think could be subject to review. And then I'm calling for Council's current CEO to, if we can scan down, please. Thank you. That in view of the matters raised in relation to 6 above regarding expenditure, that the Chief Executive Officer be requested to furnish a report to the extraordinary meeting in January so that we have a comparison of what actually may be able to be cut or amended or reformed, and then other initiatives such as what council assets can be either repurposed, leased or sold for public benefit, or public-private partnerships entered into to deliver new infrastructure. Because Cathy Griffin wrote today making a very good point that Manly, and similar to what you've made actually, Councillor Bingham, that it stays stagnant, the Manly Council Chamber, and so that could be repurposed, it could be leased or other activities. So I just think we need a proper report on looking within and seeing if we can tighten the belt instead of raising it to a certain degree. Now that was not, that was just my answer to Councillor Bingham's question, by the way.
Thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a question to the mover. It refers to there being a report furnished to an extraordinary meeting in January. Can I get some clarification about that meeting, which is not in our
So in the actual
calendars?
So in the actual report, and the actual recommendation that the special rates variation will be determined whether we proceed or not at an extraordinary meeting in January. So this would be considered concurrently at the same time.
Madam Mayor, can I foreshadow an amendment?
You certainly can. Any questions, Councillor?
I have a question to the mover through you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Hernjack was first and then Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, if I could ask a question to the proposer and perhaps to staff. In Part H about stormwater charges, my understanding is that those charges are set by the state government, is that correct? And I'd also just ask staff, has council written to the state government in the past about advocating for those to be increased? And I'd also note the filming permission that Mr. Price was discussing earlier today. I'm wondering if that's been raised with the state government.
Through the CEO to oh gosh, I was almost going to call you Councillor. I'm so sorry about that. Caroline.
That's okay. Through you, Mayor. So the stormwater charge is set by the state government through legislation, and it's been the same rate since it was introduced almost 20 years ago. If that had have been indexed today, it would be worth double the amount of money, and we certainly do raise that issue at every opportunity through the inquiries, and also we've written directly regarding that matter. The filming fees are set by the New South Wales government again through the filming protocol, and that also hasn't changed since it was introduced about 15 years ago, and we have raised that issue as well. Thank you.
And if I could just ask one brief question to the proposer. So the rationale for including the stormwater charges, was that just to note that? I would just say that council doesn't have much control over that.
Thanks, Councillor Hernjack. Yes, it was to highlight the disparity in costs as opposed to revenue.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I have a question, I think probably more so to staff through you, Mayor. Do we have any reports that sort of duplicate this information already?
Through the CEO. Someone turn their light off.
Me?
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. Yes, the information that is requested in the amendment has been put to council in various forms, most recently as an attachment 4 to this report tonight. However, we can, of course, consolidate it in the form that's requested in this amendment, in this motion, to make it clear as set out in the amended motion.
Thank you.
Harvey?
Yeah, another question through to staff. Would we have the opportunity in the extraordinary meeting in January to debate or put forward motions to actually cut services or reduce costs, or is this sort of superfluous to the task at hand?
Thank you. I understand this is asking for a report as opposed to any actions to be undertaken. The council could then use that information at a future date if it wished to, perhaps through the annual budget process, which we carry out in April through to June.
But we already have access to the information because it's here. Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Yes, I have a question for Councillor De Luca. I'm just wondering, Councillor De Luca, given that we wouldn't be able to use this information until after January and as part of the budgetary process, if you'd be prepared to delay the report till perhaps February or March, just to give staff a little longer to pull it together, and it would give them more opportunity to examine the books, basically.
Thanks, Councillor Causey, but no, the premise of your question is actually incorrect. It is essential that we have this information because we will be asked to vote on 1 to 4 options. Now, if number 4, the 10%, is not voted upon, others will still require us having to find money in some other way. So while the inference is that this information is easily available, it's not. Particularly, we have not canvassed. Sorry, if we can go up a bit more. We certainly have not canvassed the issues raised in, furthermore down, sorry. We have certainly not canvassed properly the issues raised in C, nor have we canvassed some of the other issues prior. So if we're to make an informed decision at the extraordinary meeting of what exactly option you wish to pursue, this information is essential, because if it's not for the 10%, how are we going to make up the rest of the money?
Question?
Okay, sorry. No, I can see a whole heap of names coming up, and I'm just trying to make sure that I don't lose. Do you still have other questions?
I've just got another question.
Okay, before we move on to Councillor Hernjack and then Councillor Hackman.
Is it possible for staff to pull this information together in the format requested by Councillor De Luca or proposed by Councillor De Luca by January, by the January meeting, extraordinary meeting?
Through you, Mayor. So the matters that are raised there are discussed in the attached productivity and improvement journey draft report. Part of the IPART requirement is that we commit to a program, which is where we're looking at the opportunities, and that's been what's detailed. So if council is of a mind to resolve this additional, then further information could be compiled in line with what's already in that report. Noting, as is noted in the report, that this is mutually exclusive to the needs and options considered by the special variation to rates.
Before I move to Councillor Hernjack's question, can I just quickly, because I'm very muted here, so
I'll just say that was my question, so all good. Thanks.
Okay, great. Considering most of those questions through to our whichever one can answer, are actually in the preliminary productivity journey, which is at the end of this massive book. Is there a way, I'm gathering, of just publishing that one document to actually help answer most of these questions? Because it feels like a bit of a repetition, most of it, of what's actually in there. This. So I'm only asking because I'm aware that for those of us who were on the previous council, we were asking for a document that showed savings that were made or what could be cut. Actually, Councillor Page had put forward a notice of motion on what had been cut to make sure that that's part of a report, which I believe is this. If I'm understanding correctly, have I got that right, or am I misreading this?
Yes, that's right, Mayor. And if council does resolve to go through with this process this evening and there is an extraordinary meeting in January, then staff would be preparing a comprehensive report to further iterate the information provided here and the path forward, which, as mentioned, is required by IPART.
Okay, thank you. All right, I just wanted to ask that question because I just feel like we're kind of missing the information that we probably need the most because it's right at the end of the document. Okay, Councillor Hackman, I've got you down as next.
Thank you. I have a question for Councillor De Luca, just with regards to this amendment. Is it your intention that these items are ones that are potentially on the chopping block? No.
So no, it is to canvass all options available.
Okay. I guess if I've looked through the documents extensively and I can see a number of services that we provide that we're legally obliged to and some others that our community really loves. And I'm wondering if it is disingenuous to have a partial list of our expenses in this motion, because I don't think it's giving the community the full breadth of what our expenditure is. And so I guess I'm wondering through staff if it's possible, if we do proceed this evening with a motion to go out and consult the community, whether or not there could be a link to the full budget so that we have complete transparency on the Have Your Say page if we were to proceed. And if we weren't, then how about we publish the link to the full budget somewhere anyway and let people know?
Through the CEO to...
Through you,
Ms.
Mayor.
Loveridge?
Yes, the budget is as adopted, is on the website, but we would certainly provide links as part of the Your Say page to make that readily available to community members who are interested in that engagement process as part of their informed consideration.
Okay, in that light, is it possible that I propose to Councillor De Luca that he remove that portion because it's not a complete list? And I think we deserve full transparency and the community deserves full transparency. Would you consider that, Councillor De Luca?
Someone has to turn off their light.
Thanks. Sorry, Councillor Hackman. Sorry, first.
I haven't forgotten your foreshadowed motion.
I want to ask a question.
Yep.
Thanks. So can I just answer Councillor Hackman first?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Hackman, for the question. The documentation of that is in no way to be disingenuous. It's actually in response, as I said at point 1, the issues raised by the community in the last consultation, and that's a quotation from the actual budgetary consultation where they're talking about going back to core business. But if you wish to add or do a general, I do think it's important to show those major expenditures because they are the major expenses. But if you wish to make it more open as another clause after H, that all expenditure be reviewed, that's fine. But I just want to reiterate, attachment 4 at the end does not canvass the issues that I have raised. It's a snapshot, and it certainly does not give us the opportunity in January to look our community in the eye and say we have considered every possible alternative before we have committed to a special rate variation application, whatever the option be. So if you want to add after H, I'm quite happy to, but I do think there needs to be specificity because that's what was lacking in Councillor Walton's motion, specificity, and we haven't had any report formally back to the council.
For the context, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bingham.
I'm just a question of staff. I mean, haven't we actually discussed all of these items before? I mean, the staff, the allocation of vehicles, for example, we have discussed before. The getting rid of the events, getting rid of this, getting rid of that. We've discussed it all before. The marketing and communications budget. I mean, how are we going to tell people? I mean, that's your say. That's the publicity. That's the way that we communicate to our community what we're doing. I suggest that we have done and have looked at thoroughly all
Sorry,
these, all these
is it a
matters.
question?
Yeah, it is.
or
I'm just
is it
asking. Have
debate?
I suggest, and I'm asking the staff, haven't we in fact looked at all these items before? It may well have been the previous council. It may not have been this council. But I don't see any point in going over it all again. And I'm just checking with the staff if in fact we haven't looked at this all before.
Through you, Mayor, as mentioned previously, the items in terms of dot point 7 are addressed and considered as a future improvement program with some estimated dollar figures at this point in time, but that information will continue to be made more detailed by the time of the January meeting, as would be required for a comprehensive report. The other items where it's talking about particular services or budget sums, Council can at any point in considering the next budget make change to what programs and projects are funded, so there is opportunity for that outside of this process.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment that we revert to the original motion as recommended by staff.
Okay. And second.
Just on a point of order, that's a direct negative. I think what you're trying to do is a foreshadowed amendment if this is defeated.
Yes, and Councillor Bingham had originally said that she was foreshadowing.
Thank you. Can I now just ask some questions to clear up something? So, in relation to Councillor Bingham's statement that we've discussed this before, I think that's quite misleading. Can Council confirm whether the issues raised in my motion have ever been discussed at a formal council meeting and determined at a formal council meeting? I know the answer.
I know the answer too, but I certainly am aware of what we've discussed at briefings.
Yeah, and as we know, we cannot make decisions in briefings. It actually constitutes a breach of the Code of Conduct.
But we can ask questions at briefings.
Yeah, you can ask questions, but you can't make a decision.
But we weren't making
decisions.
decisions.
And then, furthermore, when issues have been discussed in the past in relation to, I think Councillor Bingham stated the former council, is it not a fact that we have never looked at considering a special rate variation? Yes. So in the previous council, Councillor Bingham alluded to that these matters might have been asked or determined in a previous council, and I submit that they weren't, but in any event, have we previously applied for an SRV during the Northern Beaches Council's history?
No, I can answer that, but I do know that we've been discussing this for quite a while.
In briefings, never
in briefings
in
because
public.
We have had questions, and I will say this quite openly, councillors were asking and trying to work out different ways of cutting the expenses, including turning off fountains on the Northern Beaches, which as well-meaning as those suggestions are, it was important to try and understand the concept of how much a saving we could achieve. So yes, there were some rather random questions asked, including the vehicles and including the events and all kinds of things. Libraries, childcare. It's not something that you can actually make a decision on until you've got some money.
Are we going into debate?
No, I'm just trying to answer what you were alluding to, which is, no, we never went to a council briefing, a council meeting.
Exactly.
But we have to ask questions beforehand.
Okay, so are there any other questions of me before we go to debate?
I was just going to ask a point of clarification, if I could.
Yes, Councillor Grattan.
So, Councillor Bingham wanted to move an amendment of the original motion. Why could we not put that original motion up as an amendment at this point in time?
You can.
We can?
So, sorry, is it okay if we put the motion from Councillor De Luca and vote on that?
The issue is that if it's lost, then we have nothing.
That's why Councillor Bingham foreshadowed an amendment.
Yes.
So therefore you can put my motion first and I would submit.
Yes, so I was going to make sure we vote on yours first.
Thank
But
you.
I can also understand that Councillor Bingham wants to have the original one there in case something happens
but that
with
wasn't
yours.
the question. I think Councillor Grattan's question was, can it be an amendment? And I was pointing out that it's a direct negative, so it can't be an amendment at this stage. Can be a foreshadowed amendment.
It's not. It's the same motion, just without the extra bit.
Yeah, so that's a direct negative of what
So,
is
Councillor
proposed.
Grattan, you're right, and if you have any issues, please take it up with the CEO. So, yes, you can have the amendment up.
But I haven't even
The
gotten to
foreshadowed
move my
amendment, but we vote on yours first. I will use the right terminology. It's just that we have, as you know, lots of new people here and it's hard to follow
these
along.
two aren't new.
No, that's true, which is why they're trying to foreshadow the amendment. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So is it okay that I move the motion as printed on the screen?
Yes, and you have your seconder, which is Councillor Giltman.
Sorry,
Thank
can I
you.
just ask a question? Councillor De Luca, what's foreshadowed on the screen is an amendment to the motion, isn't it? Isn't
No,
it
I've
0.6?
moved it as a motion.
I thought it
This
was-
is now the motion, and we have a foreshadowed, which is the original.
Could we
So
just
I
see the
called
top of the
I
screen
called
then,
the
please?
matter, so therefore I moved it as a motion.
But it's been an addition to the motion, the original motion. Yeah, okay, that's what I was getting at. Right. Okay. I couldn't see.
So now can we start? I thank everyone for their questions and I hope the answers were helpful. I cannot look the community in the eye without comprehensively investigating and properly interrogating within. And as I stated earlier, we will have to, unless councillors intend to adopt option 4, which proposes a 10% increase, we will still be having to look at funding opportunities. In principle, it is good governance to actually look within, and I do not think that the document from page 576 in the attachment appropriately addresses the issues that are raised in this motion. I've taken on board exactly what Councillor Hackman has stated. It can be, in addition to what I have put, it can be a far-ranging report, and I hope it is. And I know that the CEO, if this is passed, will take the intent of what is actually wanted by the chamber. Residents are concerned already. We all know that. We've received emails that it appears that this is a fait accompli. It is not. And my effort here is to show that we are looking at alternatives other than straight away slapping a maximum special rate rise application. This is very serious because prior to amalgamation, correspondence was sent out by the then Mayor saying that unless we amalgamated, rates would go up. Now, this is no reflection on the current administration. The CEO has inherited a mess. We have never had it disclosed like he has the financial situation that we are in. And that is why we have to lead by example and do all possible to investigate alternatives. Now, if A is passed, if B is passed in the future, if C is passed in the future, we will still have to find funding. And as outlined in my motion, one of the biggest disparities is the expenditure on sporting fields and the income. And you'll find that throughout the budget. There's a huge disparity between income and expenditure, and we can address that in certain ways, but we need to properly consider it.
Okay, so Councillor Giltinan is the seconder. I am aware I've got people probably asking questions, but we've moved into debate. You're fine? Okay, Councillor Causey, I've got you down. Are you asking a question?
No.
Okay, we're in debate now.
We're in debate, yep. Look, there are a number of points that are raised in this amendment that I wouldn't support touching. However, I think that the community actually wants to see this information and see it in a format that they can actually easily access. I think that the staff have made clear that just sort of, you know, that considering a lot of these issues, if we were to try cutting them, it would just be fiddling around the edges and wouldn't come anywhere near the amount that we need to raise to actually bring our assets up to, well, an acceptable standard, let alone scratch. So I think that this is information that the community would like to see, and we should at least consider. And I know that there are some issues in there that are discussed that I would be quite happy to do away with. So I would like to see this information, and I'll support the amendment. Oh, okay, the motion as is, whatever it is now.
Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I think this is a lesson in why when I'm amending things, I now make other people move them, because we end up in a really contorted debate. But anyway, look, I think a lot of what I wanted to say has been said. I think we are in a difficult budget position as a council. On the other hand, the community is also facing the same budget difficulties. And I do agree to an extent with the point made by Councillor De Luca about looking at what other measures we can take. On the other hand, with respect, I'm not sure that the amount of time that would be provided of 2 months is really enough time to do the work justice. I mean, our property assets and holdings, we have $5 billion worth of assets. I don't think we're going to really do the topic justice with a report prepared in 2 months over the Christmas break while half the staff are on leave. And I think that there's probably other points in there which suffer from the same sort of problem. That being said, I am a little disappointed that we haven't had a little bit more meat on the bones in terms of what, for the community's sake, to see what alternatives there are. And when we, as a chamber, passed Councillor Walton's amendment about for the quarterly review to provide that information, I'm not really sure the information that we got in the report was actually what the councillors were looking for at the time in terms of the amount of information and options around areas where we might reduce service levels, or even if temporarily. I think that the staff report articulates pretty well a lot of the budget problems being faced by our industry, if you like, the inflationary pressures on council. However, I do also agree that while we are a relatively affluent area, we do have many people living paycheck to paycheck, and I do think that we owe them a duty to at least look at some of the options. So I'm talking a bit for and against. I mean, I think it's very unfortunate. The timing means that the quality of the report that we're likely to get, with utmost respect to the staff, I don't think 2 months is enough time for the type of review that is being discussed. So I'm still considering my position on this, but I do think that we need to, we haven't really looked as seriously as we could at what areas of spending that we have and whether we can delay some of the really nice to have expenditure and projects to focus on I guess, reprioritising things where we're not looking after what we already have, like our natural environment. We know that we're underinvesting in maintaining our assets.
Thank you,
so I'll leave
Councillor
it there.
Glanville. Okay, Councillor Hernjack, you're next.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to thank Councillor De Luca for moving this amendment. It addresses the concerns that I had with 9.3, which is that our community is currently suffering, as many communities across the country are, with a cost of living crisis, which of course Council is not immune to. But as Councillor Glanville mentioned, the report that Councillor Walton passed in the last term, I feel, wasn't specific enough to give councillors the option to consider where there might be some low-hanging fruit that could be cut. And so I think that a report on how funding could be prioritised will show the community that we're doing everything we can to address the situation we find ourselves in as a council. And I'd commend this amendment to the council. I think it's nice and specific, and if the staff feel like they can provide an adequate report to January, I will be supporting this amendment tonight.
Okay, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. If you listen to the threads that have gone through this council meeting today, there's a couple which really resonate with me as a new councillor. Number one is we don't seem to be doing a spectacular job communicating with the community, and that was shown in some of the previous motions. And the second thread is that the audited financial statements are extremely large and quite opaque to people who are not versed in finances. I'm really worried about this motion because it pulls out an incomplete list of items that the community is going to read and go, well, those are the things we'll go and fix, without paying due attention to what are the total list of things, what are we required to look at, and which levers can we pull that will actually have an impact. Councillor De Luca spoke about sporting fields, and there is a disparity between what we spend on sporting fields and the money we pull back. But then there's an impact on the community if we charge too much, when we know there's a mental health crisis and sport's actually really good for young people. So everything has pros and cons. And I don't believe a list from A to H actually describes or articulates the complexity. The thing I think is starting to do that is the productivity journey and improvement plan. And I read the first word in that, which is preliminary. IPART requires us to build a document which talks about specifically which things we have improved, which things we will improve, what they are, etc. I think we're all really focused on an increase to rates and the impact on the community, but I haven't once heard people talk about what's our vision for the community in the next 4 years. So I'm not going to support this motion because I'd rather a simple motion to exhibit what we're doing in front of the community. And I'd implore councillors to think about presenting a future vision to the community of what the Northern Beaches could look like in this term. Thank you.
Okay, any other debate? If not, we can manage now our amendments. Yeah, I'll get to you eventually. Just knowing that there is the original motion is foreshadowed by Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So just in right of reply to Councillor Beaujard's comments, as stated to your colleague to the right, this is not an exhaustive list. The CEO has the discretion to review and report on additional matters. In relation to timing, the Property Committee has already furnished a report and developed a list. As Councillor Glanville may recall, one of the proposals we were vehemently opposed to and defeated that. However, there are many more properties and they are on the property list that we should look at. We have received representations from residents saying what they feel should be looked at. And I reiterate that these issues that were highlighted in my additions are those that were raised by the community in the public consultation process before the before the budget and delivery program was determined. So that is why they're there. But as I keep saying, it is not an exhaustive list. The CEO has ultimate discretion at any time to add matters to the list for our consideration. It is our duty as elected representatives to look at all options, and this provides that. And I thank Councillor Hernjack for pointing out that the report initiated on motion of Councillor Walton lacked specificity. This gives us the specifics and properly informs us. And so I ask all councillors to support it because it is in the best interests of our community, it is providing transparency, and what's more important, it is showing our community that we are looking at other options other than just going straight to perhaps a 10% special rate variation. And that is so important. We are in probably one of the most financially challenging periods in many decades in this nation. People are hurting. And so unless we do the due diligence, how can we say to our community, look, we've looked at everything possible before we have come to the decision to increase your rates by such a significant amount. And even if we don't adopt option 4, we will still have to find funds. And my report will facilitate that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. I think we will now put this to a vote. It's interesting to hear that in your mind option 4 has to be the option.
Please, that's not correct. And furthermore, it's not appropriate for you to be debating from the chair when the right of reply has been taken.
I'm saying we're putting this to the vote.
Well,
so thank you, Councillor De Luca. I now will put this to the vote.
Misleading comments like that, please.
All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Causey. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Burchard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon and myself.
Sorry, I voted for.
You voted for? Okay, declare that lost. So the foreshadowed was the original one with Councillor Grattan as the seconder. Okay, Councillor Bingham, do you have anything more to say?
Yes, I do. So, as a councillor, I spent 4 years on Manly Council and then 8 years during the merger of the Northern Beaches Council. During those 8 years, I have seen this council pay off the debts of former Manly and Pittwater Council to the tune of around $81 million so far. I've seen cost savings more than doubled predicted by the state government as a result of the merger, resulting in $29 million each year as a result of the consolidation of insurance fees, projects, costs, staffing, use of technology and increased productivity. I've seen an increase in the money spent on assets and infrastructure with the repair of wharves, roads, stormwater, tidal pools, beautification of parks and reserves and the building of new toilets, surf clubs, footpaths and many other community facilities. I have seen the effects of COVID and the resulting $41 million loss. I have seen 7 disasters, including coastal erosion, bushfires and flooding, costing council $15 million. I've seen a massive $19 million cost, which the council is now mandated to pay when the state government moved that the cost of the state emergency levy which was normally paid from our insurance policies, had to be absorbed by council. And I've seen the long-term budgets forecasting the need for a special rate rise over the past 3 years. And during this time, our rates were capped at around 2.5%, while the costs of everything just went up and up and up. There is no ideal time to increase rates, and there never will be. But we have no choice. We must address this issue now, and we can't delay it any longer if we want to continue to deliver the services our community expects and make the urgent repairs that our assets need. As councillors, we have had the benefit of around 20 hours of briefings on this topic. We know how dire the situation is, but our community does not know. And therefore, I'm proposing that we put this out to community consultation and we get their feedback.
Okay, the seconder, Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think Councillor Bingham's covered off many of the points. We know we've been living through a very high inflationary period. We've seen the effect of the producer price index, the PPI, particularly for construction, also for civil engineering, which has been way in excess since 2021 of our rate cap. We've seen the local government award and the wages and salaries, again, way in excess of what our rates cap has been. So it's not surprising we have this growing gap between our capped revenue and the costs of delivering everything. And everybody knows about the costs of delivering things. We can't just be cutting tea and biscuits from the lunchroom to be able to find $40-odd million a year that is the gap for the aspiration at that higher level. But we need to have this conversation with the community, and we need to put it to them about what is their view at what sort of level of service is required. So while, yes, we're hearing about the cost of living crisis and people are really struggling, particularly people with a mortgage, it is very, very tough on them. But we're also hearing from community who are saying, come on, we need the female change rooms. We need our Surf Lifesaving Club to be upgraded. It is below par. We need the roads to be fixed. We need the potholes filled. We want the parks and gardens to be maintained at a level that to maintain our pride. And they don't want to have to cut Christmas to do it. They don't want to have to not have New Year's Eve fireworks. They don't want to, reduce the operating hours of our libraries or close down swimming and sporting facilities because we can't afford to fix them. So we need to ask the community, I think to Councillor Beaujard's point from earlier, what is the vision? What do you want? And I think this is the opportunity to do that. To the cost savings and the changes in business model, that needs to continue. And that will be part of the budget process, the service review process, and the continuous improvement initiatives that the staff come up with. And we've had a lot of innovations at that council, and this has been highlighted in that productivity improvement attachment at the back of that very, very big attachment book. So it is time to ask the community for their views, endorse us to start having that conversation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Councillor Causey, then I've got Councillor Hernjack, and then I've got Councillor DeLuca, just so you know your order. Councillor Causey, do you have any questions?
No, I've got a statement.
All right, questions? Questions? DeLuca, Councillor DeLuca? No questions? Okay, straight into debate.
Okay,
thank you.
Look, first of all, I just want to say that there is nothing inevitable about a rate rise. The aim of this is to start a discussion in the community, to engage with the community, to find out basically what they consider as important versus what we can afford. What level of expenditure do they want? do they want to see us cut services with no significant or no rate rise? Or are there things that they really want that they're prepared to pay more money for? So, hang on a sec. It's a very vexed issue because we know that a lot of people are struggling, not just with mortgages, but with rent and paying for their groceries, all this sort of thing. For people in Pittwater, they know they will point, some of them will point to promises of the forced council amalgamations, which have clearly not protected the community from the financial problems the council is experiencing. However, these problems are widespread across New South Wales in both merged and unmerged councils. As others have pointed out, there have been other factors here with COVID and natural disasters on top of the inflationary period that we've experienced. So I believe we must face the reality of this situation, that the council has been short of funds for some time and significant assets have been run down below acceptable levels. So in Pittwater we have roads, footpaths, rock pools in dire need of repair. Dad's worried about snakes, have been out mowing the lawn in parks and reserves over the previous couple of summers because the council can only afford to cut the grass once a month. Residents are angry that compliance officers and rangers are not visible, with no proactive inspections of building sites, trees cut down illegally and dogs running loose on every beach in the district. Meanwhile, our bush reserves are overrun with weeds. As with built assets, the longer we leave them, the more work and money it takes to fix them. However, this is a decision that is up to residents, and I think all councils want to hear what residents have to say about this. We want them to engage with this topic. It is going to be very challenging for many people, but I would encourage them to look at the Have Your Say page and let us know what you think. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor
I believe
Bojan.
Councillor Singh just changed his vote, Code of Meeting Practice 12.10.
What was that?
Can I have some clarification?
What's the point of order?
Mayor, I have the same one.
You turn your microphones off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whilst it is for the chair to call, if it assists the chamber, I understood that Councillor Singh voted in favour of Councillor De Luca's motion. Madam Mayor, if you accept that would be an accurate recording of the vote, that Councillor Singh did raise his hand in support of the motion by Councillor De Luca.
Okay, accepted. But it will mean that at the next vote we do now, I may make you stand up to just make sure. No. Okay, so next on the list, Councillor Causey, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I would first like to thank Councillor De Luca for what I thought was a valiant effort in trying to be as transparent to the community as possible, that this council has done all it can in demonstrating that we can responsibly manage council finances before we ask them to consider a special rate variation. Because of this, I can't in good conscience support asking the community to consider a rate rise while so many struggle with the cost of living crisis. With holidays on the way, I think it's completely unfair to go to the community and say, we've done all we think we can in addressing this fiscal issue, and to say that rates might go up when we haven't done everything humanly possible to find an alternative. I had hoped that we'd be able to ease the impacts this decision will have on the community by having a report on where funding could be cut to some services. And unfortunately, I believe that the community is struggling to keep their heads above water to such an extent that I cannot support this special rate variation going on exhibition.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hernjack. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to clear a few things up. In relation to the continued adverse comments about Pittwater Council, I would remind councillors that it was found to be financially sustainable, and secondly, it won the Blewett Award, I think twice. In relation to the comments about increased assets, particularly surf lifesaving clubs, I would again point out, in my ward, Longreef Surf Club was mostly funded by the federal government on a grant initiated by Jason Falinski, the then federal MP. In the Pittwater ward, again, most of the surf clubs there were funded by the state government's grants. Funding has dried up, the CEO has told us that, and we are in a situation where we are not receiving the massive amounts of grant funding that the state and federal governments previously gave us. I thank Councillor Hernjack for pointing out the obvious. If my motion had been passed, whereby we have an ability to look at all options, I would have happily voted to put all of this out. But in the situation that has been put, I now have ethical responsibilities not to vote for this motion because it does not, I feel, properly give the community the information it needs. And it's all very well saying that, you know, you can look at this 580-paged document at the back and then subsequently look also at what is promoted. But we have heard time and again tonight that communication is not council's best attribute. Our community will not have time to cipher through the information that you think they should read. My report, if it had been passed, would have given that information concisely, and councillors the information concisely and an opportunity to consider. This is not about tea and biscuits, Councillor Grattan. This is about people's welfare, their future. And to reduce it to tea and biscuit comments like that, I do not think appropriate. I'll be voting against this because I support what Councillor Hernjack has said. At the very least, we could defer this for a year and come back to it with proper information. But in view of the economic crisis that we now see in our society, perhaps now is not the time to be looking at slapping residents in the face with increased rates.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaujard, you were next. I've got Councillor Hackman after you. Your light was first. Sorry, this thing did come up in order.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors Hernjack and De Luca, we don't disagree that we need to communicate with the community. We just disagree on how. My view, slightly different to you, is a small shopping list of items followed by a rushed report, I believe, only seeks to potentially confuse and leave the community in a worse position. I think the community's smart. They're smarter than third graders. They can understand reports we're putting forward. They can understand information we talk to them about. And this motion is to do community consultation. It's to communicate with the community the way staff have communicated with us. I've really enjoyed the experience of being a new councillor, and I've enjoyed the experience of staff explaining how council works to us. They're highly capable of doing that. And I look forward to them doing that to the community the way they have done to us. And I think that's of far more value than a small pick list of items, which in a way I feel could misdirect the community to those items rather than things that could be more important that I've heard in briefings. So I want to vote for this because I want to communicate this to the community. Whether or not we go ahead with a rate rise, options 1, 2, 3 or 4, we're not deciding that today. We're just deciding to communicate with the community, and I think this is a better, more appropriate and more adult way of dealing with them myself.
Thank you. Councillor Hackman?
Thank you, Mayor Hines. I wanted to also commend Councillor De Luca on his attempt to have transparency for the community. It is very noble and it is exactly what the community wants. They do want that transparency. I am also noticing that Councillor Hernjack mentioned that the timing is not right, and I understand that there's a legal obligation for us to ask the community what they think before February, so that that process can get underway if we were to proceed with any financial impacts not starting until the 1st of July 2025. The reality is, though, is that 1/3 of the community, at least, is really struggling. And federal interest rates are not looking like they'll go down until February or March 2025. And the incidents that happened in the last week show that there is some increasing global volatility. So now there's no assurance that those interest rates will go down. I feel for the community who are struggling financially, and not only do they have smaller discretionary income, but they're also choosing less food or very cheap quality food. These are really hard decisions to make that we've all heard through consultation with our community on a small scale. As a new councillor, I'm very frustrated that this decision was not made earlier when the financial situation was known in the previous term of council. And I am concerned about the stones that will be thrown from people who did not carry the burden of this decision that has now been placed on my and 14 other of my councillors' shoulders. However, I think people need to know what a reduced service means when we go out to consultation. And I would like to ask that we amend the detail to show what reduced service would mean for our community. I haven't seen what it might look like, and I'd really like to clearly articulate what that option is on option 1. I am, conversely, on the other side, I'm concerned that we as a council will not have funds when unnatural weather disasters strike. And I'm concerned about having infrastructure and buildings that present a risk to public safety. As a councillor, it's my responsibility to make sure that the council operates in a financially responsible way and that we are prepared to help the community if disaster strikes. So we have an opportunity to consult with the community right now on what they want and let them exercise their democratic right about the future that they want for their community. And I'm looking forward to hearing from them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Mayor, I'd like to move a point of order, please. 11.25, I believe I've been misrepresented by Councillor Hackman's comments surrounding the timing of the special rate variation, and I'd appreciate a ruling on whether I could clarify my statement.
11.25.
Sorry, I thought you mentioned that the timing, it was not good timing.
Okay, so do you want to clarify?
Just briefly, Councillor Hackman stated that the timing was incorrect. I understand that we have a legal responsibility for this to be the process and that it does have to be consulted over the holiday period. What I had tried to convey was that my concern is that we didn't do all we possibly could before going to the community over the holiday break to ask them to consider this.
Okay, thank you.
So can I do a procedural motion for it to be voted on? We've had 2 and against.
I had pressed the button to speak as well, just in case she hadn't realised.
Yes, no, I did have you down, Councillor Harvey, but when a procedural motion is called, that needs to be dealt with first.
Sorry, just a point of order, Madam Mayor. Councillor Harvey had her light on. You should have given her the call before Councillor Robins.
I didn't even get a chance to say anything before I heard.
So,
I mean, I heard a procedural motion and that was spoken to straight away before I could even ask
Well,
Councillor
we
Harvey.
then
But
have to decide, are we going on lights? You didn't give the call to Councillor Harvey, you gave it straight to Councillor Robins when Councillor Harvey had her light on first.
Yes, but
so she should have gotten the call first.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. But now that we've had 2 for and 2 against, I will agree that the motion be put. I don't want to discuss who had their light on because I will be very careful what I say, but I am very sure that I have been pulled up before as well when I was a councillor. So let's just move this forward.
Unfortunately, it looks like you're selectively
Absolutely
picking
not.
councillors.
I have my list.
Just because one yells into your ear does not mean they should get the call over another councillor who's been patiently waiting. I'm sorry, that's not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I've ruled. We will move forward. The motion will be put. Okay, so we're voting on whether to put the motion or not. All those in favour? Sorry, I'm waiting for the division. Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Dillon. Those against? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Causey. Declare that lost. Okay. Well, the last person on the list was Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to sort of share my thinking on this obviously quite contentious motion before us at the moment, and just reiterate that this is not a question of whether or not we should consult the community. In fact, we are legally required to do so. More so, it is a question of, is this the year that we are going to begin and embark on this process? I have to say that I have struggled in my thinking about this, but have found myself aligning with the likes of Councillor De Luca and Councillor Hernjack in thinking that I will be voting against this motion today. And I wanted to just elucidate a little bit more about my thinking around that, which is we can all agree that there is a significant gap between where we want to be financially. No one is negating that. And we can all agree that some significant cost savings have been achieved through amalgamation and through the hard work of staff to streamline internal processes and that. I wanted to put forward my vision, which is that the community comes on a journey with us in the next year, which sees us work collaboratively as a council to not just look at areas that we can cut and streamline our internal processes as a council, but think creatively and proactively about where we can redirect funding, where certain community groups or wards even are being prioritised in a way that may not be equitable, and to be innovative in how we can drive up funding for things that are consistently been shown to cost us a great deal and provide no income. I just personally can't support this consultation going forward at the moment because, not because I don't think the community should be consulted, but because I think that they would benefit from seeing us do more, not in just a reductive, we're trying to slash and cut and reduce our services and the bureaucracy, but be creative and inventive and have a real vision of how we can equitably try and razzle up some more funding, which at the end of the day, we all know probably wouldn't be enough anyway. But then when we do come to consultation, hypothetically next year, feel very comfortable and confident in its council that we, as everyone keeps saying, did everything we could. So that's my thinking around it, and thank you for giving me the time to express that, everyone.
Okay. Anybody else? Move back to If no one else has anything to add, Councillor Bingham as the mover.
No, let's move on.
Okay, put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Ackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey and myself. Those against? Hands up high. Otherwise you're standing. Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, love it. Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. Declare that lost. And, oh, sorry, carried. Oh, sorry. All right, item 9.5, Councillor Causey. Okay, Councillor Singh, you'll need to remove yourself out of the room. Councillor Grattan, I know you have to leave. Yes, I'd love one. A coffee one would be great. And a seconder. It can't be me. Councillor Williams, thank you. Okay, questions of the staff? Councillor Causey.
I'd just like to begin by saying I've got an amendment that I've sent to staff for this item. I just wonder if we could get that up, please.
Is that it? Looks simple.
That's it. So,
it's a line through it.
Okay, so I have no problem with the with points 4A to D and points 1 to 3. However, I do with point 4E. Everyone will be familiar with a broad range of heritage items on the Northern Beaches, from surfboards to war medals and artworks. In museum speak, they are known as movable heritage, which can be any natural or manufactured object of heritage significance. These items are portable and easily lost, damaged, stolen or thrown out. As the New South Wales Government says, they help us to learn about people who may have been left out of written historical accounts, including women, First Nations people, migrants and community groups. However, the motion as it stands would revoke our movable heritage management policy, even though it has not been reviewed and local residents specialising in the area, such as Dr Sue Bowden, a cultural planner, have not been consulted. This is in contrast to 3 of the 5 other policies under consideration, the 4th being scrapped because staff say it duplicates a provision of the Local Government Act. Dr Bowden, in an email to councillors on behalf of the Barrenjoey Alliance for the Arts and Culture, has said to councillors that we do not support this recommendation given the importance of the policy in providing a basis for documenting and promoting the rich heritage of the LGA. This in turn informs the area's sense of place and local distinctiveness. We are surprised, therefore, that the policy is no longer regarded as a strategic priority. Dr Bowden describes the policy as best practice and says it is robust and rigorous and reflects the scope of movable heritage in the NBC Library's Local Studies collection and the Manly Museum and Gallery's collection of objects. Critically, she says it proposes the establishment of an integrated movable heritage register that would document items from all our Northern Beaches collections. Staff have said that the register is unnecessary because the online History Hub records these items. The History Hub is a wonderful resource, a treasure trove of digitised documents and photographs. but it includes records of only 8 3D items of movable heritage. And those records do not specify the location, condition or significance of these items. Richard Michelle, Vice President of the Manly Warringah and Pittwater Historical Society, points out even a register would address only one of 10 principles in the policy. Other points relating to their significance, storage, display, future acquisitions and donations are not covered. Dr Bowden also says the policy could support grant applications to develop a proper integrated register. Finally, I note the policy remains consistent with the current community strategic plan, which states the importance of nurturing a sense of connection and belonging, and amongst other points, Goal 7A commits to support innovative ideas and build the capacity of local cultural and creative communities. I therefore ask councillors to support this amendment to retain our movable heritage policy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Causey. Councillor Williams, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councillor De Luca?
I recall that when that policy was actually first raised, it was actually stressed to us why it was so needed, and that was by council staff. So why has there been a significant turnaround in such a short period, considering this was only passed in 2019?
Ms Kerr.
Through you, Mayor. The reason why council officers are suggesting that it is no longer relevant is because there are, when you assess it against council's recently adopted policy framework, it doesn't serve a purpose. The objectives of the policy are simply, and the principles are simply setting out or replicating principles issued by the New South Wales Heritage Office. The policy also makes reference as being a subset of council's collection management and gift policy, which is so this is seen to be a subservient policy, and there are current systems and processes that would enable the recording of the items. So it's deemed to be not appropriate for another register to be established.
Councillor De Luca. Any other questions?
Sorry. Oh no, sorry.
Okay, Councillor
Thank you.
De Luca.
So what's the response then in relation to Dr Michelle's comments that documentation is listed as Principle 8? The History Hub cannot deliver the other 9 principles, and so I submit that the policy should not be revoked without community consultation.
Well, you can answer.
Through you, Mayor. The Cultural Collections and Gift Management Policy provides guidance on the other principles that are indicated in Mr Michelle's email, which staff received also. The important thing to note is that that policy was adopted subsequent to the Movable Heritage Policy in 2022. And a lot of the other principles are in relation to the actions that council would take in regard to when an item is defined and acquired as an item of cultural significance.
And in relation to his comment that it should be subject to community consultation?
According to who?
Through you, Mayor, that's a matter for the council to determine.
It'll be according to De Luca because he doesn't. Any other questions?
Yes.
Councillor Glanville? Sorry. Me?
Yeah.
Councillor Causey, you were first, according to my list.
Okay. So, through you, Mayor, could we ask staff, please, why then, if these other policies are in place and provide for and make this policy redundant, have staff told us that we don't need to have this policy because the History Hub does exactly what a heritage register would do.
Through the standard review of the movable heritage policy, it was deemed that it was redundant given the events that had occurred since its adoption in 2019. Hence the recommendation that it's not needed.
And I've got a second question.
Yes.
Given that the policy required that there be a review of it 2 years after it was put in place and then another 4 years after that, have there been any reviews carried out? And if not, why not?
Through you, Mayor, the review of council policies continues to be a work in progress. Additional resources were allocated to reviewing other policies in advance. It is now due for review, and that is why the report is presented to council.
So then, I guess my question then is, why not carry out the review that the policy requires before suggesting that it's redundant, and when we could bring in experts in the area like Dr. Bowden, who would understand the legislative framework and hear what they have to say first, as was done with some of these other policies.
Hang on, someone needs to turn their light off. Great.
Through you, Mayor, the purpose of this report is that it has been reviewed and the officer's recommendation is that it's now redundant and is not recommended. There is no statutory basis for the provision of this policy.
Sorry, I thought the actual papers actually state that it wasn't reviewed. Are the papers incorrect?
Through you, Mayor, council staff have reviewed the policy and the recommendation is that it should be revoked.
Okay. Can we move on?
Well,
it's all right. Councillor Bingham.
As the original mover of the heritage management policy, the reason behind it was because it was when we were getting amalgamated, and there was general concern that the various things from the separate councils would be lost. So, for example, movable heritage at Pittwater, at Manly and Warringah would actually be lost in the merger process. Can you reassure us that in actual fact these items have now been recorded and that we know where they are, and that the History Hub is doing the job of this now?
Through you, Mayor, I'd just like to clarify, the History Hub is the vehicle in which we display images of items of movable heritage. It is an online database, so it is not a physical thing. What I can also confirm is that the adoption of the Cultural Collections and Gift Management Policy provides that appropriate mechanism to record all of those items that Councillor Bingham is referring to. We have a very large collection that is stored in part at Manly Art Gallery and also off-site in a storage facility that contains multiple pieces of former council material, multiple pieces of community-based material, everything from swimmers worn by Olympians through to surfboards, through to artworks, through to everything. So those things are all maintained and accounted for in the cultural collection.
Okay. Councillor Bingham. Oh, sorry, do you have another question? Yep. Councillor Causey?
Yep. So through you, Mayor, I have another question for staff.
Yep.
So if we have a large collection of movable heritage and the History Hub is the vehicle where we display those items and keep track of those items, why have we only got 8 items of 3D heritage listed on that on that hub, because I've had a really good look at it, and we've got probably thousands of documents and photographs, but there are only 8 items, and as I say, they don't record anything about their condition or where they're located or their significance, which is a critical issue in heritage.
Through you, Mayor, the cultural collection is a living collection that is displayed in multiple council buildings. There are a number of things in this room. The honour boards, for example, are part of that. The other items are all documented and regulated, and it's a matter of resourcing and finding funding to include images on History Hub. And you will recall, councillors, that History Hub was funded predominantly by a grant, and we were able to digitise and put on as many photographs as we could. But we also do display the items in the art gallery from time to time using different shows and exhibitions.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was, why, if the History Hub is the place to be keeping track of these things, do we only have 8 of these items? I mean, you say that we've got a large collection, so why have we only got 8 of these items recorded on the History Hub? And I mean, there must be thousands of them on the Northern Beaches.
Through you, Mayor, it's a funding issue. The funds aren't available to do that digitisation and recording process to upload onto History Hub.
So then, I mean, my next question would be then, why are we choosing this policy to get rid of because we don't have funding to implement it completely, when we must have many, many other policies at the moment that we don't have funding to implement either? Why select this particular policy?
Through you, Mayor, as was noted by Councillor Causey, the review of this policy was overdue. When we reviewed the policy, we looked at it against the lens of Council's adopted policy framework, and given the costs to implement an additional register, which we believe there's existing registers that are available, and also the new collections policy that was endorsed in 2022, our recommendation is that it is no longer relevant or needed.
Okay, Councillor Bingham.
So I'm sorry, I'm just not getting it. So all these items, where are they recorded? Where can they be checked? Where are they kept? So where can we find out that in fact a painting that used to be at Manly Gallery is now kept, is now stored here? It's in this condition, and I mean, if it's not on the History Hub, where is it?
Through you, Mayor, it's an internal register of all of those assets.
Okay, councillors, I might make a suggestion that since there's so many questions, can we defer this to a briefing? Because I'm pretty sure that the feeling probably, I could be horribly wrong, but I don't think I am, is that we're probably uncomfortable about removing this particular policy. So it might be better that we can ask some more questions and then make sure the policy doesn't come back for a while. Okay, is that okay with Councillor Causey and Williams? I mean, just so we can move on, because we do have other topics, but I feel that we're all kind of comfortable about the fact that we're uncomfortable about removing this, is probably what we agree on.
I think we could probably deal with 1 to 4D. It's really only 4E that needs to be diverted.
Yes, that's true. That's lovely.
So that's right.
So, Councillor Causey and Williams?
I'm
okay.
happy with that.
So all the others are fine, and then item number 5 will be refer the movable heritage policy to a briefing in the future. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. That way Sonny can, Councillor Singh can come back in. 12.1 I think is the next one. Sorry, no, I take that back. 10.1, Councillor Glanville.
I believe that Councillor DeLuca has... Did you send through an amendment on this one?
That was a trailer one? Yeah.
The graffiti, okay. All right. Too many amendments and too many motions. I circulated then an amendment that if I'm moving it, I will just...
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Hernjack. Anyone got any questions?
Sorry,
do we
I
actually
might
know
have an
what this
amendment.
motion is?
She had an amendment. I mean, I circulated it.
Oh, it's coming
but
up. Sorry
I
about
don't think
that.
it's been put up yet. It's pretty... It's short.
Short and sharp.
So I think... can I speak to...
You certainly
this?
can.
Okay. Look, I think this is an issue that causes some community angst, and sometimes it's one of those fear of crime type things rather than they're necessarily... it can generate anxiety, and that's not necessarily proportionate to the scale of the problem, but I understand for people who see graffiti, it is something that they don't necessarily like, and I think the original motion was well-intentioned of trying to create a pathway for that. I think from the staff report, it was evident to me that there would be a substantial cost at having a standalone working group, given that we already have an operational sort of operational functions between police and council where they're regularly discussing graffiti, given that graffiti is primarily a state government issue because it's a crime issue where the New South Wales Police really take the lead. But I do recognise that it's a particular bugbear for the community, and that it is also something that has both a social dimension because it's not purely a crime issue but has social impacts and social causes. To me, we don't need a standalone working group or committee to deal with this. I think that we have a community safety committee. It brings together all of the relevant players from the New South Wales Police, community organisations, youth organisations. And to me, it just seemed that if we wanted to raise the profile of this issue, we could simply make it a standing item. I understand that already the Community Safety Committee will from time to time be briefed on what the more operational activities that have been going on, and this would just provide a regular opportunity for those various stakeholders to provide some strategic input and ideas about new initiatives and the like.
Just a question.
Okay.
Just a question. How many times does the Safety Committee meeting now meet? Safety Committee now meet?
Oh, I think it's been meeting for 4 times a year. Yeah, for years, yep.
So do you think that's sufficient?
Sorry, yeah, I think probably it is. My understanding from staff is that there is already operational level meetings that take place between the police and council, and so the role of the community the Community Safety Committee is to provide that strategic input, which doesn't necessarily need to get into the weeds really regularly on exactly what's going on.
Just a thought as well. The Safety Committee does occasionally create subcommittees as well on specific topics, which is why the Suicide Committee and all of that kind of stuff was happening. As a seconder, Or any other questions? No questions, okay.
I'd just like to speak as a seconder, if that's
All
all
right,
Mayor.
okay. Councillor Glanville, do you want any more? I know you've spoken to it, but I just wanted to double check. Questions, back to you.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Hernjack.
Sorry, just before you're seconding, because this might actually affect it, would it then be possible, noting that there is a possibility to have a subcommittee, that we put as 3, request the Community Safety Committee to consider introducing a subcommittee for the matter?
Sure, I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to start by thanking Mr. Horton and former Councillor Page for their representations earlier tonight on this topic. And this amendment, I feel, prevents the so-called fobbing off of this issue, as was claimed during the public address. I also thank Councillor De Luca for the addition of a standing, sorry, will that be reflected in the running minutes, point 3?
It's coming, like Christmas.
Yes. I'll just commend this to the Chamber and thank Councillor Glanville for putting this forward as an amendment.
Okay, if no one else has any comments, can we put this to the vote? Yeah. No, it was... No, that council at the Community Safety Committee consider the establishment of a subcommittee on this topic.
Sorry, do you want me to restate what I originally said? That council requests the Community Safety Committee to consider establishing a subcommittee.
Full stop. Lovely.
For graffiti-related matters. Be specific.
Okay. All right, if we can put this to the vote, all those in favour? Anyone against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Next item is 12.1, Councillor De Luca. Do we have
Thanks,
a
Madam Mayor.
seconder?
Yes, I circulated earlier today an amendment.
Can I have a seconder? I've also got Councillor Hernjack. Oh, okay. We're running overrunneth with seconders here. How about Councillor Giltman, because he hasn't really had that many. Trying to spread it around.
That was quick.
Okay.
So just...
Hang on, why are we offline? Do we have a problem?
No.
On the screen it says we're offline. All right, now we're back. Okay.
Sorry, did you want to go to questions first or do you want me to move it?
Absolutely, questions first. Now that we can see this, anyone have any questions? Does anyone need any time to read it?
I might have...
Yeah.
There's a big book here, Councillor De Luca, we all have to read. I have a question of staff. Do we currently not have a strategy for enforcing the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act 2021, or do we currently enforce it as stated?
Thank you, Mayor. At this point in time, it's actually regulated under the legislation itself, so there's no strategy. However, we do apply the compliance and enforcement policy in determining the action to be taken in response.
Are we satisfied with that answer? And otherwise we can move to Councillor Glanville, who also seemed to have a question.
Yes, the staff have already had the questions asked by me, but I'll ask for the sake of that I think it's probably of general interest to the community around our sort of procedural aspects and operations. In the staff report, it talks about how if after an obstruction or safety risk, the owner will be told they need to move the vehicle, and if these timeframes are not met, the council may remove the vehicle, causing a safety risk or an obstruction. Are you able to indicate what our usual time frame is for responding by taking that action ourselves?
Through you, Mayor. Matters where there's an obstruction or a public safety concern are dealt with immediately. So the legislation actually uses the term immediate, and the rangers do use, as a risk basis, treat those considered to be a high risk matter. So essentially, if the rangers identify that a vehicle is either obstructing a traffic user or creating a public safety risk, then they would consult the police to arrange an immediate removal of that vehicle.
Thank you. And where we identify that we're getting sort of similar resident complaints about trailers or boats being parked in a sort of roughly similar location, what's our sort of general procedure and turnaround time for considering signage changes or other management measures from sort of time of complaint till point of solution? What would you sort of expect the procedure and time frame to look like?
Through you, Mayor, from point, from point of customer concern to consideration of the Traffic Committee and finalisation of that request can take from 3 to 5 months.
Thanks. And do you have a view, and I didn't ask this one, so I'm putting you on the spot, about whether any greater resourcing would assist staff in improving the time frame for that type of action?
Through you, Mayor. To clarify, Councillor Glanville, was that in relation to signage changes or was that in relation to a ranger response?
I think what I'm getting at is that if council identifies a hotspot, if I'm to summarise, it takes 3 to 5 months to potentially see an outcome. I think what my question is is there a resourcing sort of barrier to that solution happening faster, or is that just a natural consequence of how long council, no matter how many cogs it has in the machine, or perhaps because of the inevitable procedural cogs, needs to take that long?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I might answer that one. If we're talking about regulatory signage, then that is a matter that we would do consultation on, and we would also take to Traffic Committee. So it is that 3 to 5 months time frame.
Okay. I've got Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I've previously made representations regarding the numerous removal trucks as well as trailers, some of which are clearly not registered, and then there is another vehicle that has had an advertising sign and stayed every day 24 hours for the last 3 years. What is the reason why no enforcement action has been taken on in relation to these unlawful acts in Kenneth Road, North Manly?
Through you, Mayor. Councillor De Luca, the subject matter of this particular response related particularly to boat trailers and caravan trailers. However, in relation to the vehicles at Kenneth Road, those are investigated at the time, and I am aware that infringement action has actually been taken in relation to those particular vehicles on Kenneth Road.
Are you able to advise us then what infringement action has been taken and the amount of fines issued, because they are still there, they have not moved, nor have the vehicles or the trailer with the advertising on it, and residents continually complain, and yet it appears that nothing has been done?
I can take that question on notice, Councillor DeLuca, for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Beaujard?
Could I ask a question of the mover, please? Councillor DeLuca, in section 1A, you say requests Council's Chief Executive Officer to implement a targeted action plan. Do you mean to develop a targeted action plan?
Sorry, thank you.
No worries.
So that should be changed.
Sorry, can I ask a question in relation to that? Are the staff comfortable that they have the resources to develop such a plan without needing to identify a funding source, etc., jumping through the procedural hurdles?
Through the CEO to...
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Glanville, the work at this point in time can't be undertaken within a 3-month period, as it will divert resources from other aspects of the ranger function, and we would anticipate that we'll be able to respond back as quickly as possible, and in most likely scenario would be approximately 6 months' time.
Okay, I'm happy to change it to 6 months.
Okay, Councillor Glanville, is there any other... No more questions? Anyone wants to speak? Councillor Causey?
Sorry, as the mover of the motion.
Yes, you get to speak, but still just...
Oh, did you have a question, or are you speaking? Oh, okay.
Yep, but once Councillor DeLuca speaks and has his right to reply, then we
I
move...
haven't spoken.
Yep.
So I'm not up to right
Oh,
of reply.
okay, sorry, I'm jumping.
Don't worry, it's a long night.
Yes, okay.
Obviously, I think even new councillors would realise this is one of the biggest issues that we confront practically on a daily basis. I commend Councillor Karina Page, who spoke, former Councillor Karina Page, who spoke this evening, but also was the initiator of the original motion to have this report come back to Council. All sides of the New South Wales government continue to kick this significant and serious issue down the hall. Unfortunately, the legislation currently in this state is extremely complicated, and it causes great burden and expense on councils to enforce. We do need legislative reform, but we need to operate under what powers we actually have. And it is clear that when it comes to compliance, as per the motions of Councillor Causey and Glanville in the past, we are severely lacking in compliance officers / rangers. This report seeks to properly explore the future of how to deal with this overwhelming problem. Now, I asked those questions specifically regarding Kenneth Road, noting there is a written answer I think it was 6 or 10 months ago. We cannot have public roads turned into public car parks for businesses, and that is what is happening. We cannot have our public roads turned into storage facilities for trailers and boats, particularly from people out of the area. There was an article, I can't remember whether it was in The Advocate or the Manly Daily, or it might have been in both, that tradies are now, because of the cost of storage, electing to buy trailers and storing them in DY on streets, locked with their equipment in them. This motion seeks the way forward. It also seeks innovative investigation of ways where they can be stored for a fee. So I commend it to you and hope that you will all support it because the community want this.
Any other questions? Councillor Glanville, your light came on.
I didn't have a question. I was going to make a brief comment.
Okay. I've got you down as next, and then Councillor Causey.
Yeah, I'll thank Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Page for her original motion. I do think and thank the staff for their diligent report. I think that to me the numbers suggest that this isn't a problem that affects every street on the Northern Beaches, but the street it impacts has a huge impact for the residents there. And I think some of the numbers around the complaints are maybe not accurate in the sense that when I was door knocking during the election, it was an issue that people raised to me, and I think it's something that people are experiencing, even if they're not complaining specifically to council, and certainly on local Facebook pages for different communities, it's an issue that gets raised a lot and causes a lot of social conflict because it seems to generate a lot of tension between community members about what they consider to be or not be a fair and reasonable kind of sharing of public space. And I think sometimes the kind of where things land from the community is that trailers and boats that are sort of being permanently parked are being unfair to other residents where there are areas that are very narrow or high parking demand. So I think that this is an issue where I'd like to see us have a bit more action, particularly in areas that we know are hotspots, or to sort of try and identify where these hotspot locations are. Obviously, that's not every street. In some streets, this isn't a problem and we don't need to worry about those streets. But I think it is something that requires some further action in these hotspot areas where it's creating persistent safety issues or persistent sort of community frustrations about sharing of public roads.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councillor Hernjack. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I'd just like to be added to the speaking list after Councillor Causey, if that's all right.
Okay. Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to read a little bit from an email I received about a week ago from a resident in Pittwater, talking about a corner on Hudson Parade, which is a main street that goes around the edge of Pittwater. And this person says cars often come around the corner on Hudson Parade near Georgia Lee far too fast, and then they come upon the boats and trailers parked on Hudson Parade. We have no footpath, so pedestrians need to walk on the road. Recently, a mother was pushing her child in a pusher and a car raced around the corner and was on the wrong side of the road. It was only sheer luck that there were a couple of pedestrians walking to help her quickly lift the pram onto the nature strip. So this is one of the problems in Pittwater, is we have a lot of narrow roads. A lot of them are hilly. There's another complication that we've now got utes, tradies utes that are often parked next to developments that will go. There are several where you'll count 13, 15 utes at these very large developments going up both sides of the streets. Then you add the trailers, and you've then got the bus getting stuck trying to get down the street, and it can't get through the vehicles and the trailers parked on both sides of the roadway. So I think we need to do more than just accept this report, and I welcome Councillor DeLuca's suggestions here for a way forward for dealing with this problem. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just briefly speak to what I feel is the alternative for us in Frenchs Forest compared to Pittwater, where we have a lot of wide, empty and very appealing streets where people feel they're able to park trailers, boats and camper vans without much in terms of repercussions. Similar to Councillor Glanville, while I was door knocking throughout the campaign, Various hotspots were raised with me, in particular Stone Parade near the Cascades Trail at Garrigal National Park. And what we've seen is that attempts to put up signage or move boats around does exactly that. They'll shift onto the next street and we start the fight all over again. So I'd like to commend this amendment to the Chamber and thank Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Glanville.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeLuca is the original mover. Right, a reply.
I just think we have to reiterate that this is too an issue of safety, has been identified by previous councillors, particularly Councillor Causey. When sightlines are obstructed, particularly if there's no footpaths, residents have to walk on the road, and we've all seen vehicles flying around, obstructed by boats, and near collisions happen. I think the best issue of the recent meeting at Narrabeen, which had nearly 200 people at it, most of whom had not RSVP'd, it was not council's fault for not having enough chairs, by the way, was the issue that kept on being raised about trailers, boats and now tradies parking trailers locked on Ocean Street and the surrounding streets of Narrabeen. It is becoming an epidemic. It is becoming seriously a risk to public safety, and I hope, while that this will have a target of 6 months, I do hope that it can be achieved sooner than that, because it is one of the most significant issues that our community is complaining on a daily basis about. So I thank councillors for their consideration of the motion. I thank councillors for their contribution to the debate, and I hope that you'll all vote for it.
Okay, thank you. I'll now move that we put this item to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Beaujard. Declare that carried. Thank you. All right, I now move two procedural motions. One is that we extend our meeting till 11:30 p.m. Seconded by Councillor, our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Robins, or moved by Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Bingham. All those in favour? Councillor Robins? Carried. Okay, second procedural motion, since we have that one, is we move into confidential. So moved by Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Giltman. There we go. Declare that carried. Do I have time to run to the bathroom? Yes. and thumbs are up, which means we are back online. Welcome back, everyone. We have resumed into open session at 11:33 p.m. We will now proceed to report back on the resolutions of the Council during the closed session. Governance, if you can move to the first item. 17.1. I'm not sure how much I should be saying. 17.2, Audit and Risk and Improvement Committee on Recruitment. 17.3, Design and Construct Newport Beach to Bilgola Beach Coast Walk. 17.4, Lease of Bilgola Beach Cafe. And the very last one, what's happened to the last one? The extra special one? The urgency motion? Beyond the procedural motion, there isn't anything, apparently. I'm watching the neighing of heads. Okay. All right. Thank you, one and all. Declare the meeting closed at 11:34.